Kiss me. I'm Irish. I'd rather be 30 minutes early than 10 minutes late, chat. And if I didn't have NVIDIA broadcast on, you could hear me crack my monster for this stream, but I don't think you can actually hear that because it filters it out with AI. Okay, I was gonna make a joke about something, probably related to Ireland. Oh, I was gonna regale you with one of my fantastic early life stories, chat. Many of you will remember that my mom took me on a bunch of like trips to Europe when I was a kid, and one of the places we went was Ireland. And I remember that this was like in 2000 or 1999 because I remember that we had no TSA screenings on the way to Ireland. So it had to be before 9/11. I was very young. We went to the Blarney Stone. I refused to kiss it because it gave me an extraordinary fear of heights. And I remember while we were there, to really show you how long ago this was, I remember my mom bought like a CD of Irish music that she would keep in. Back in the day, chat, we had to manage physical media. If you wanted to play, for instance, Limp Bizkit's Air Raid, or Air Ride Rollin'? If you wanted to play that, you'd actually have to get out of a CD a physical disc that is the chocolate starfish and hot dog flavored water album, put it in the CD player of your car, and then scan to whichever one had Rollin' on it and listen to it. So to manage these CDs, you would actually take a strap and you would strap a organizer onto your sun blocker in the car. So like the thing that you flip up and down, you would attach CDs to those so that you could switch to whatever CD you wanted to listen to at that time. Now, none of you can remember this because we've switched to digital media, but this was a thing that we had to do back in the day to listen to music. And one of the things that my mom bought in Ireland that I remember very distinctly because she listened to it a lot was a Irish music like folk song CD. Now it wasn't like Sneed O'Connor. Okay, this was like weird small bands playing traditional Celtic music. Because if I remember correctly, she was also like vaguely neo Wiccan for a while. Because why not? It was the early 2000s, and I like this music a lot. In fact, there's a German band that I like that is sort of very it's more modern, but it's basically like this old style, like Celtic style folk tradition, neo folk music. And I grew up in like a very conservative, like redneck area. And I remember I had a friend over and I tried playing like the Celtic music and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And I'm like, "This is like Irish like folk music." And they're like, "Why the fuck do you listen to Irish folk music?" And it's like, "Well, why the fuck do you listen to country?" Yeah, Fawn. It is Fawn. That's the German band I was thinking of. I know. It's like, why the fuck do you listen to this shit ass country music? So now I've synthesized these two concepts. Now I listen to Colby Acuff, who just had a new album out, and I'll be playing a song from his new album at the outset of this. A very good album, actually. I like Colby Acuff a lot. But I listen to that, and I also listen to weird Germanic neo folk music by Faun, and that's my life these days. So that's where we're at. That's my intro. I would like to advertise. This is your last chance because there's not many of these left. The stickers are going fast, chat. If you go to the mattheinternet.com, matty.live, I think we have less than 200 in stock. I have been banned from the credit card processor twice. They've had to inspect my receipts to prove that I'm not selling crack or something. But the stickers are back. Okay, there's less than 100 and 200 bundles of them left. Okay, and you may not get a chance to buy them if I get banned a third time, chat. So let's not. And remember, these are official Mad at the Internet merchandise, and that's important. You might think, who the fuck is going to make counterfeit Mad at the Internet merchandise? Well, this guy, whose name is Joshua, no relation, Joshua Citarella. Now I'm aware of what this event is because I listened to those Ukraine podcasts, and there was a big kerfuffle in regards to Ukraine and Russia. There's a huge art exhibit in Venice, and this was the first year that Russia was allowed to participate in this art exhibit in Venice. And there was some disagreement on if Russia should be permitted to participate in this art exhibit. And so Ukraine countered their exhibit with this exhibit of like how to find happiness in like a war zone. And it was like a big like anti-war Ukrainian resilience thing. And that was like their protest exhibit to the Russian one. That has nothing to do with this. I just know what this exhibit is because of this guy. But he was in the Venice thing, and he set up his art stand. And his exhibit is called the Marketplace of Ideas, or sorry, the Cultural Marketplace, the online marketplace of ideas. And it's about uppercase I internet culture. I wanted to be a Debbie Downer about this because if I look, you will see that he has a counterfeit t-shirt with Kiwi Farms logo merch on it. And I thought, is this like a weird anti right wing culture thing? And it's really not. I went to his website and looked at the exhibit in full. I really think he's just like a Flagsburg who's interested in logos and symbolism. So his entire exhibit is like you see the 4chan t-shirt, they don't sell those either. Sorry, I thought you were a Fed. There's a Giga Chad, like a fake book with the Giga Chad on it. It might even be a real book that somebody put the Giga Chad on, but it's like all these different cultural artifacts, anti-nationalist, anti-national socialist club, capital realism, fish tank, make America Charlie Kirk again, Joe Rogan, thank you, Base God, InfoWars, the MAGA Doctrine. It's like all this weird stuff, all these weird logos. And there's prior art. Look, the 7-Eleven, but it says 7TYBG. This guy knows more about internet shit than I do. You had a communist, I think that's the flag, the logo of the CSA, Communist, they have a weird name. It's like Communist USA. It's like the name of the Communist Party in the USA. Then he has like these weird, like fake ideological flags and stuff, and he actually prints them out, and they're just completely incomprehensible. Look at this. It's like the Gadsden flag, but Thanksgiving colored. Under no pretext shall we be tread on. And then this is like an Arab, and this is like another Arab thing with like a Hydra head. It's very strange. He's obviously like a huge spurg about icons. And in his look, it's like a vaporwave one. That's like it's so bizarre. I honestly can't even tell. Look, it's like a it's a progress flag with the symbol for the government of the United Kingdom, and then there's a UK flag missing one of the stars after anarcho like communist Christianity. It's very bizarre. This guy likes his symbols, and he's that's what he's into. And we ended up in one of his displays in Venice, which is very very bizarre, very cool. So yeah, just I thought that was interesting. This guy had. Well, let's see what it says. I'll read his description actually. What is how does he describe this? Expansive survey of internet culture today, alt media has become quantitatively larger than legacy publications. As a result, any consensus or mainstream has fragmented into a chaotic digital landscape. With few exceptions, all items exhibited as part of the bazaar were selected and purchased online without the knowledge of their creators. Well, some of them were fake, motherfucker. Shown together, these objects convey the cultural and political incoherence of the present moment, infinite consumer choices with limited or no political agency. That's true. Um, cool. Exhibit is a part of the strange rules curated by these people in Venice, Italy, all the way up to March or to November. You can go see this in person all the way up into fucking November. Isn't that cool? The amazing digital landscape. That's right. My intellectual twin. Maybe. All right. Um, as you could imagine, this podcast will probably be more Politisburg than usual. Then I don't know. We do need a Neil Maham for this great unknown. But I feel like everything that I have to say is just kind of like, yeah, obviously that's my take. So there's no point like deliberating on it very much. There is something I have to say that is probably more nuanced than the usual news roundup. So that'll be at the end of the hour. Anglo ranting, not even. Let's start with the United States of America. Okay. The Department of Justice out of Utah has announced that they are indicting two county clerk courts, and they're facing federal charges for assisting illegal immigrants that were being deported from escaping arrest inside the court. So the DOJ was going to arrest these immigrants, but then these fat dumpy cunts working for the court helped them escape and flicked off the security cameras as they did so. And now they're being arrested. Now, my understanding, I don't know if this is even true or not, but apparently this is like the fourth time they've done this. So apparently, whatever disincentives we have to stop our own judicial system from aiding and abetting criminals in the process is not severe enough. I don't know why we're playing any games with people like this. Like, you're knowingly breaking the law. You're knowingly facilitating people breaking the law. You're literally undermining our justice system, which I imagine you've taken an oath to. I don't know how you can work for the county court or for the federal court and not take an oath to uphold the law. So this should be like a 20 plus year sentence minimum. And if it's anything less than that, I don't know how the fuck we're going to function as a country. Like, if you're, it's one thing to be an ideological proponent. Like, you're a far left activist, right? And there's a immigrant and the immigrant runs away from police custody and you do something like get in the way of the police officers. Like, I kind of feel I don't feel like you should be put away for like 10 plus years for that, like obstructing justice in that way, because it's sort of like the passions, your passions for your political movement and from obstructing something you see as obscene. But if you've taken a pledge to join the government and uphold the due process that we have, and you're actively undermining that from within, I feel like once you become a Fed, your soul belongs to the Feds. And if you piss off the Fed while inside the Fed, they can do and should do whatever they want with you. And I feel no sympathy for you whatsoever. You're not an activist. You're not a protester. You're not exercising your right to assemble and then something got out of hand and you did something that's illegal. It's like you knowingly inserted yourself into a position where you could cause problems for something that you pledged allegiance to. And it's like you should just be eaten alive for that, for your crimes against the system that you sold out to. That's my thought on that. I feel like if you're going to be a Fed, you don't get any more say in the process. You're just a part of the process. Mm. The DOJ has also subpoenaed major banks over, quote, debanking. Reuters announced that they are investigating JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, I suppose just those two, seeking information on whether they improperly closed customer accounts for political reasons, according to a person familiar with the matter. This is my absolute least favorite sentence in the entire world. It tells me literally nothing. And as far as I'm concerned, adding that statement just weakens your article. Like, what are you telling me? You have a source, but you can't name anything about that source? Why even tell me then? I assume in good faith, and perhaps I shouldn't, that you're not just making shit up off the top of your fucking head. Like, I automatically assume that when I read an article. I assume that you're not just lying to my fucking face. But maybe I should assume that. If you feel the need, it's kind of like the opposite. Like, you're telling me that, no, trust me, bro. Someone definitely said this. Like, oh, well, now that you say that, I'm not so sure. Are you lying to my fucking face right now? Did you just pull this out of your ass? You might have. Why do you feel the need to tell me that somebody told you this that you can't name and have no assurances to? It's a bit of a cop out. The Office of the Controller of Currency had found in a review last year that 9 of the largest U.S. banks had in the past placed restrictions on providing financial services. Like I've said before, this is great. I hope that companies are afraid to do this, and I hope that the fear is strong enough that when the Democrats get the trifecta next next election cycle, that they continue to be afraid of debanking, but the word debanking is a literal misnomer. It applies more in like Europe, but in the US we have an abundance of small community owned banks. And if the issue is finding a bank account to keep open, there would be no issue at all. The issue is the credit card networks, the payment networks, MasterCard, Visa Card, Discover, and American Express. And then the fact is, if you want to process a payment, you not only have to stay on good terms with one of those, you have to stay on good terms with all four of them simultaneously. Then you add in the payment facilitator, which is like Stripe, and that can often be two different companies. There can be a payment gateway and a payment processor, and it's just a huge fucking mess. And you have to abide by 8+ different terms of services all at once, because there's your bank that you have to abide by. There's what's called the acquiring bank that you have to abide by. There's like the customer's bank has their own AUP. Each of the networks have their own AUP, and then your payment facilitator or payment processor slash gateway each have their own AUP, and you're just bound by all of those, and they're all trade secrets. So when you do get shut down, you know what I got told? I got told by the payment processor when they paused me that I was operating in a zone that they didn't support. And it's like, my business is based in Wyoming. I'm a Florida resident. My 3PL is in a different state, and my production is in California. So at no point ever does this cross an international boundary until the final product is being distributed to international customers. How the fuck is any of this in a region that you don't support? And then apparently it wasn't that much of an issue, because I'm very fortunate to have found a payment processor who will directly, like the CEO will directly jump in and start yelling at the processor or the gateway if they start fussing. And this guy, he runs, it's a payment processor for not just for firearms, but for NFA firearms. So he processes credit card payments for highly regulated explosives and machine weapons, and he hates them. The whole reason why he started his business is that he hates the payment networks. And I bumped into him by absolute circumstance, because I just randomly complained to Old Glory Bank, which is our bank. I'm like, do you guys know anybody? And they directed me to this guy that does firearm purchases and shit. And he's been excellent. I think I'd probably be fucked without him. So I don't know. I might even try to open a payment processing line with the forum through him, because it's like, why not? If he can manage to keep me open, I don't know, for Manic the Internet, I don't like can't do it for the forum. Anyways, as I said, it's nice to see, but it's sort of like, it's like, okay, they're investigating. We're in year two. We're in year 2.5 even. This is month 18 of the Trump regime, and we're investigating formally that the banks did something, and the banks aren't really the issue. Like, okay, it's nice to know that there's something happening. Somebody somewhere is thinking, is pondering the imponderables, is contemplating the reality at this point in time. But it's like, you're a little bit off the mark, and you're like a, what's the saying? You're like a buck short and a day late. It's like that. So next, Iowa, and this is when I got in on the ground floor. I'm one of the brave, the brave few 55 people who have liked this tweet. The governor of Ohio, Kim Reynolds, has announced today Iowa takes a critical step forward to modernize the state's legacy data systems by partnering with tech industry leaders Amazon Web Services and Cognizant. It's an investment into security, agility, no Oxford comma, and long-term value for Iowans, with projected savings of more than $500 million over 10 years. Now, here's a fun fact. Amazon Web Services and Cognizant are neck and neck, number one and number two greatest employers of H-1B in the entire country. They actually are so close that they flip every couple of years. Like Cognizant takes the lead and then Amazon takes the lead. It's like, no, we're going to employ more Indians. No, we're going to employ more Indians. In fact, I think Cognizant is like a human trafficking organization. They specifically deal in outsourcing. It's like if you need a bunch of people to do something for dirt cheap, you hire Cognizant, and then they scrape some of that money and send the workload to India, and that's like their entire job. So you have Kim Reynolds, who's a Republican governor of one of the most Republican states in the entire country. There's no more of a Midwestern, hardworking, salt of the earth people on the entire fucking planet than the Iowans. And that state is just like, yeah, we're going to outsource literally all of our tech work to India. It'll save us a bunch of money over 10 years. Don't worry about it. For the low tax for the savings of $50 million, that's they really got to bump it up to a full decade. As if that amount of money matters at all in 10 years from now. Saving $50 million for a year for the taxpayer. That's worth just completely removing from their ecosystem probably thousands of workers and sending them out to India. But I have no fear. Apparently, this guy, Zach Lon, has won the Republican nomination for governor in Iowa. And so during the election this year, if he becomes governor, he says that he's going to overturn that. By the way, here's their board of directors just for Cognizant. Isn't this wonderful? You got Ravi Kumar, Jatin Dalal, Surya Gamadi, Manoj Mehta, Ganesh Ayar, Prasada Sankaran, Anna Durai Alago, Mohammed Hakke, and Sandeep Bazan. Truly the most Iowan names of all time, perhaps ever. Just amazing. Josh, did you see that Tucker Carlson's Actually Immigrants Aren't That Bad clip? No, I did not. I don't watch Tucker Carlson, so I'm a little bit behind on my Tucker Carlson lore. This guy, however, has already been fired. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this guy. I don't know how somebody looking like this gets anywhere near government, but apparently this guy was like the White House czar for AI. Like somewhere, somehow, somewhere, someone told Donald Trump that to better understand the advancements of artificial technology in the United States of America and abroad and how we stay competitive in that field, this guy with like the autism bracelet, the most disfigured looking man to ever live, is your dude. And it's like we really couldn't find anyone better than this for this shit, but he's actually been kicked out of his position now. So we're gonna have to find some other Indian guy to do that job. They should hire me. I feel like I could do it. You think I could do it, chat? Make me the White House czar. I'll tell you. The White House czar. Oh, dude, that could be me. Um. Oh, and this. I don't even know what the context of this is. Can somebody Colombian or Latin American even explain to me what the fuck the context is for this? Um. El Espectador says Colombia does not need more rhetoric. It needs order, authority, and economic freedom. From Felipe Zulita Yayares and Gemini AI. What? The, the Colombian publication El Espectador just attributes their articles to Gemini AI at this point in time. Gemini AI is like a credited author now. Does he get like a Muckrake page? Are they going to show like his publications? That's fucking pathetic. Anyways, Gustavo Petro, who's the president of Colombia, responds to this by going, "Hail Hitler." I imagine in like the greasiest accent possible, leading to stark confusion and panic among the entire world as we try to figure out what the fuck that means. I don't know. Is this just a joke? Is this is a, should I ask? Should I ask Gemini? What was his opinion on this? Why did Gustavo Petro say "Hail Hitler"? Can ChatGPT even answer this one? The Colombian president is copying the Salvadorian president. No, you're just making a joke about how that guy put everybody in prison. Maybe he's based. Um, Petro's line was an attempt to equate the right wing political message with fascism or Nazism. So apparently he was criticizing this guy by just saying, "Oh, you're the Nazi," but he just said "Hail Hitler" without any context, leaving everybody in the world to scratch their heads as to what the fuck this means. But he was actually trying to say, "Actually, essay, you're the real Nazis," which is embarrassing. It's a bit of a faux pas. Okay, now I understand. And based glorious Nippon, the last hope for the white race, a transgender person of Rice was outed against their will. And this is a violation of Japanese constitutional privacy. On May 27th, 2026, the Tokyo District Court handed down a small but significant ruling. The court ordered Takimoto Taro, a Kanagawa based lawyer, to pay 220,000 yen, or $1,400, in damages to Lee Kotomi, a Akutagawa Prize winning author, for outing her as transgender on X. Let's see. Is this the original tweet? See, I mean, first off, most konbini workers these days aren't even Japanese. So is this the guy that got Takimoto Taro? There are businesses in Japan, hostess clubs, cafes, girl bars, where you can pay someone to talk to you. Go be a professional talker. Don't bother the poor konbini staff. What's the point of this? Oh, is this is the author of this? K. Lo, U.S. writer living in Japan, mother of four, needs tea. Okay, they're not even Japanese, dude. It's so funny how even like Japanese transgenders just like immediately out themselves. They just look like a Liz Fong Jones or whatever with the chin. Okay, it's the first time that the Tokyo court has awarded compensation to a sexual minority for being outed. For a country that doesn't have any laws criminalizing outing, that's huge. So this is like exactly like in the US, how they can't pass any laws doing any of this shit. So it's just like activists on the bench in the shittiest parts of the entire country are going to set precedents that you can censor people through financial hardship if you um, if you just sue them constantly. Cool. Okay. Sorry, Japan. Oh, okay. This is a Indian malpractice thing. I just saw that in like the last week there was a Supreme Court ruling that overturned. There was like two Indian doctors that had written something like 70,000 opioid prescriptions, and the Supreme Court 9-0 overturned the conviction, saying that the prosecutors didn't meet its burden, even though he was convicted by a jury for medical malpractice and for like distributing amphetamines. So now these Indian doctors who dumped amphetamines throughout the entire Appalachians are now just going to be set free to continue committing malpractice and shit. But it says the parents of a 13-year-old Oregon girl have filed a $17 million lawsuit against Oregon Health and Sciences University, contending that their daughter's heart wouldn't restart after surgical staff at the Portland hospital mistakenly installed a heart valve upside down. They installed her heart upside down. That's fucking insane. Stephen and Lori Stokes say their daughter endured a harrowing 18-day hooked up to heart pumping and blood oxygenation machines before doctors in Seattle discovered the error. In the days leading up to the discovery, the Stokes' lawsuit says OHSU told them their daughter's heart was malfunctioning because of the shock of surgery. According to the suit, a palliative care team had begun talking to the family about end of life decision making and whether they wanted to donate their daughter. Dude, honestly, I literally took myself off of the organ donor registry because there's so many stories that are like this where they're just like the harvesters like march into the room, like the person's like still half alive, and they're like, so let's talk about that harvesting. And it's like, that's scary. You shouldn't be talking about harvesting my fucking organs while I'm like clinging to life, you piece of shit. So that's the yeah, that's what happens in a high trust society is that you have organs being donated. In a low trust society where brown people are installing my heart upside down and are planning to harvest my organs while I'm still alive, um, yeah, you're not gonna get my organs anymore. The girl's heart promptly began functioning sufficiently while she was successfully removed from cardiac bypass and no longer required ECMO. The spokesperson declined to comment, citing the pending litigation by Dr. Ashok Muralidharan. If I can't pronounce your fucking name, you should not be a doctor in the United States. Dr. Ashok Muralidharan. Okay. Okay. $4 million from an. Did she survive? Oh, they took her to a different hospital and had a white person fix her heart, so now she's okay. Great, happy ending. I hope she gets 4 million is actually like low for like installing someone's heart and almost causing them to be organ harvested. That seems like the low end of shit. Right. Okay, now the Camelo Anthony thing. The I think it was how long ago was that murder? Was that last year? When was Austin Metcalf killed? April 2025. So it's been a full year, and that's what it took to get to trial. So imagine how many bills piled up for the taxpayer because once upon a time, there was a white boy and his friends at a tent. And a black boy decided that he was going to take a knife to school. So he was already in violation of both school policy and the law. And he was going to demand to sit at this tent that they had paid for and set aside for their own friends. Then there was some kind of confrontation where apparently he was told to leave like 15 different times and not wanting to be disrespected, I guess. Not wanting to lose face. What is like the black version of Chinese face or Indian Izzat? It's like being, they call it being bitch made, but what do they call that? We was belligerent. Respect. Respect. Put some respect on his name, boy. Shit. So he then gets to a physical confrontation. He pulls out a knife, and he knows the entire time he's having this confrontation with this guy that he's armed and dangerous, and that's probably why he felt emboldened to stay here and confront this guy, despite him being like outnumbered. Then he stabs him. Austin Metcalf dies, surrounded by his friends. I think, did he only get stabbed one time? That was the meme, right? Because the black people was like, he only stabbed him one time, so he took his knife and stabbed him straight through the fucking heart in a one-shot kill, right? Which obviously means that it wasn't super intentional. Obviously, according to black people, he was then arrested for murder. He was then martyred by black people because they immediately came up with these stories that Austin had said that he was the N word, or that he was super racist, and that this poor black boy, who has the dumbest name ever, by the way, his name is Anthony Carmelo or Carmelo Anthony. I always want to say Anthony Carmelo because Carmelo sounds like it should be a last name, and Anthony sounds like it should be a first name. But his first name is Carmelo, his last name is Anthony, and it sounds like caramel when you like read it. It sounds like Caramel Anthony. So it's already a fucking stupid name. Then they have a GoFundMe, and his GoFundMe raises $650,000 for his defense. And I think that this fundraiser happened right before that white woman in the playground was being sexually harassed by a convicted sex offender at a playground, and she dropped the N bomb on him. And white people then made it a contest to try and raise more money for the racist woman than they had raised for Carmelo Anthony, and they did. I want to say that the the fundraiser for the racist woman got like $1 million, and the fundraiser for Austin Metcalf capped at about 650. Yeah, Shiloh Hendricks, that's right. I think that was at the exact same time. I can't tell because there were several Gibson and goes that kicked up at the exact like around this time. Then there was news that came out that what was it? Oh, that they had wasted all that money. I want to say that there was videos of Carmelo Anthony's family in like brand new Cadillac Escalades. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be hallucinating this because this sounds like something I would make up in my head. But they got the money, and they immediately started flashing that they were in Cadillac Escalades, and they had rented a house that was like $20,000 a month. They had rented like a proper mansion, and then from this mansion, they like spent all of their money. And I think that the lawyer they had hired for Carmelo Anthony had to recuse himself, I think for financial reasons, and he got a court appointed attorney. And black people have been saying that his court appointed attorney was insufficient legal counsel. But it's like he had more than $500,000 for an attorney. But I guess because his parents, like he was 17 when this all happened. So I guess the money went to his parents, and they are technically his fiduciaries if he's a underage person in custody, right? So they were they were entrusted with the financial responsibility of the money, and they squandered it. So he didn't have anything but appointed counsel. And so then it went to trial. I think the trial lasted 2 weeks. And the jury selection was another thing. And apparently it was 11 women and one man, but apparently this is disputed. The initial reports that I saw by Fox News, the local Fox channel, was that it was 11 women and one man. I think there was the man was an Indian, and then the women were one was a Muslim who was like a hijabi, and then some of them were Hispanic. And everyone's like, "Oh fuck, he's gonna walk." These dumb bitches are never gonna be able to convict this poor person of color of a murder. So everyone was like maximum doomer pilled off these initial reports about a diverse female leaning jury. They have a 2 week trial, and the other races are racist too. There was no black people, but the big kerfuffle about that was that I believe all the black people who were in the jury pool were dismissed by his public defender because they were teachers, like they were public school teachers. And there was an assumption that, correct me if I'm wrong, the public defender said that they didn't think that any public school teacher could give an impartial verdict. Because I guess even the black school teachers would be like, I know that Carmelo Anthony up to no fucking good. He one of them wildin' ass boys that fuck up my classes. I'm wrong? I could be wrong. They said they wouldn't convict? No, I heard that the defense got rid of the black people because they said that they would convict. Or they couldn't be trusted to make an impartial decision. Even that even though they were black, because they were in education, and there was like a assumption that they would be partial against them, which is really funny. Okay, so one of them said he wouldn't be able to convict. Oh, yeah. Okay, the black people in the one of them self-selected. He said that he wouldn't convict, which is a very weird thing to say. Like, if you're black in the jury pool and you're just gonna upfront say that you're not gonna convict, that's like a weird decision. But yeah, they said they wouldn't convict and the prosecution dismissed them. That's bizarre. I had heard that some of them had been removed by the defense counsel because they were teachers. It could be a mix. It could be that the black people just rooted themselves out. It's like my my grandfather, for whatever reason, he got summoned for jury duty like every single year, and then every year they would ask him, "Sir, is there any reason why you should not be on the jury?" And every year he would say, "I used to be a cop. I know he's guilty already." And they would always say, "Okay, sir, you're dismissed." And then he would be summoned for jury duty again, and he would say the exact same fucking thing. "I'm a cop. I know he's fucking guilty." And they would dismiss him again. And then this is like a annual ritual for him. So if you ever don't want to be on jury duty, that's what you say. Anyways. So, the Council of Karens, though some people say that's not accurate either, and it's a mixed gender jury, convicted him, and then went. It was a 3 hour long deliberation. There was not any rioting like people expected. People were really hoping for some rioting. There was some monkey action outside the court. There's one particular video that I want to share when we get to the locale section, but it's not relevant here. And the the expectation was that there would be a huge upset, but there wasn't. It took 3 hours, and then it went to the penalty phase where they had to decide what they were going to sentence him to. And this was also kind of a nail biter because I want to say that the jury in Texas, even for capital murder, had the option of giving him 5 years to life. So natural life down to 5 years for murder. Because apparently they just give the jury complete leeway with figuring out what the fuck they want to do with deliberate murder, intentional homicide. I think that death penalty was itself off the table because he was 17 at the time of his offense, and they don't allow that. So there was some concern that the Karens might convict, but then give him 5 years because he young, he's just getting his life started. They gave him 35, which is pretty fair. I guess a lot, obviously a lot of people wanted natural life, but they don't usually give out natural life sentences. So he'll be eligible for parole in 17 and a half years. But parole is different than probation. It is not. It's not an automatic thing based off a score system. Parole is when you actually go before the parole board, and they decide based off your based off a number of factors. But so that's what happened with Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony claims he's penniless, can't afford lawyer to appeal despite pocketing 625,000 after murder conviction. He didn't pocket it though. His family did. What the fuck? I mean, was he out? Was he out prior to trial? Let me look this up. Was Carmelo Anthony out on bail? Yes, he was. So he's really, really, they let I mean, if you're guilty as fuck and are gonna be hanged by the Council of Karens, and dumbass black people drop $1 million, a fucking milli, like right in your lap. Why would you just do a bunch of cocaine? Just go to Mexico, or I guess you can't go to Mexico because you have an ankle monitor, but just order like a fuck ton of cocaine and hookers and just go out in a blaze of glory. Like, fuck going to trial over that shit. Especially if you know you're guilty. You know you're guilty and the Karens are going to get you. It's time. It's time to peace out. Get yourself a Cadillac Escalade and a bunch of drugs, and take the Ralph Amel path and just get the fuck out of there. Anyways. That's the Carmelo Anthony trial. I do want to say this. because it was a surprise to a lot of people. It was a surprise to me. I, of course, was hoping for more fireworks after the trial. I think that black people, the black people, I always hope after a big decision that they're going to chimp out and burn everything down, but then they don't chimp out and burn anything down. But if you remember, after George Floyd, I remember this very clearly in my head, and I would recommend you, if you didn't see this yourself, to go look up the footage. When the George Floyd conviction dropped on the cop, I remember that there was a huge mob of black people outside the courthouse, and we were hoping to see a massive chimp out after he got exonerated, but he got found guilty. I remember when they read it out, they were in like a helicopter or a drone over this crowd. And as soon as it dropped, this mob that was standing in front of the courthouse just started running down the street. And it reminded me a lot of like I Am Legend or like a zombie apocalypse. They just start fucking running. No, for aimlessly, like in a giant pack all at once. Like they just received, like if you were commanding an army in a video game and you just like selected the entire like army in StarCraft and sent them over to a different location, it's exactly like that, like a pack, like Left 4 Dead. And it made me wonder, because now that I've been alive and I've watched this happen a couple times, I would expect them to lose their shit during a guilty verdict and to be pacified if they got what they want. But 100% of my observations have been the opposite. If the white man in the Council of Karens comes down and convicts, they're like, ah, fuck, Whitey's racist as shit. I guess we're going home. But if you give them what they want, they burn down the entire city. So it seems like if you don't want your city burned the fuck down, it seems like you have to convict and be ultra harsh. It seems to have a regulating effect where they're like, fuck, that could be me. These white people are serious. They're fucking crazy. They're going to sentence me to 35 years. Fuck that. It seems that, I don't know. I could be wrong, but that seems to be my observation of things now that I've seen this happen a couple times. So, next. I don't know what this is. This guy is a weird cartoon enjoyer, and he posted this, and he indicated to me that I should watch it. So I'm gonna watch this. This has something to do with Carmelo Anthony.
Free Carmelo Anthony. He ain't do nothing wrong. Y'all bitch ass motherfucking white people convicted another black man who innocently stabbed that white kid. Y'all motherfuckers know you can't be touching black folk no more, okay? This royal blood.
Oh God.
This shit ain't no.
The filter for the black people. Okay, let's check the Carmelo Anthony thread. I think that if I just go to the thread and oh yeah, let's see if we can find something real quick. Okay, so there's lots of videos of people apparently claiming that they're pissing on Austin Metcalf's grave. I don't know if that's true or like AI or whatever. There's lots and lots of mutt posting, by the way. Lots of mutt posting. A lot of people talking about the BBC and how Carmelo Anthony is going to be a pocket pussy in jail. I do not co-sign any aforementioned mutt posting, okay? I would never do so. Is this one of the riot videos?
I'm just holding a sign.
Oh, loud. That's violence. Shit. Look at that goofy ass motherfucker. What's up with that headline, nigga? What's that shit? What's that you got up on your head?
Hey, officer, you assaulted me. That's assault.
They assaulted a fellow Melanite? Why would they do that?
I was just standing there, bro.
He hit the sign, nigga. He ain't hit you.
Yeah, he did. It goes through.
Oh my God. Foreshadowing. Donna. Look to his left, behind his back. He doesn't even see it. Donna. You'll have to wait, though. You'll have to wait to see what that's foreshadowing.
It's hard before it goes through.
How old are you?
Yes, haircut. Okay. See if there's another one. There's one video in particular I should have found before the stream. Oh God. Is this still? Oh no, it's not. Oh hell yeah.
I don't have an opinion.
Speak your truth, Queen. We listening.
I don't have an opinion here.
Just like Carmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Carmelo was doing. Protecting his motherfucking self.
Dude, she is like a 1-to-1 caricature from the Boondocks. Like you, the Boondocks could not properly encapsulate this level of caricature without just looking racist in their fucking art. Should I play this? I will have to foreshadow this. Let's get the prostitute opinion from the courthouse.
Fucking chimping out. Just niggerdom everywhere.
Does my caption software pick this up?
Fucking chimping out. Just niggerdom everywhere.
My caption software is just in a state of shock. It it refuses to translate the prostitute ebonics over there. Okay, is there another one? There's one more that I saw. It's like the guy getting up in the. Oh, is this the video? No, it's not a video. I need the video. Fletcher is refusing to leave. There's another video of like a guy getting up in his face though. That's what I want. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that though. Oh, is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is an edit, chat. I don't think the bongo music was happening in real life. This is not an edit. Like the music is an edit, but he is like that is the real video. That's the actual unedited video. So, like I said, basically caricatures. I want to see what maybe this is.
See that. You're not gonna do shit with a man, and we see that. But you're not gonna do shit with a man.
I'm not gonna do shit with
That's
anybody,
weak.
fuckhead.
That's weak. Fuckhead. 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 That's weak.
It's just. There's a post that Andrew Torba shared where somebody had asked the new OpenAI, or not OpenAI, but Anthropic model. Anthropic released a new Claude version, Fable 5.0. And somebody asked Fable, and the question was, what's the closest thing that a human can do to magic? And Fable's response to this was like speaking, communication, the ability to take an abstract thought from our head, a complex idea that doesn't exist, and to use either sound waves or scribbles on a piece of paper to communicate these complex ideas to a fellow person who then receives the complex ideas and takes this abstract concept and reconstructs it in their head. It's basically telepathy, Fable said. Very fanciful response from a computer program, but Andrew Torba retweeted this and I saw it. And I'm reminded of this because as I watch these people try to communicate, I can't help but feel, for whatever reason, ideas are being spoken and they're being understood, but they're not being reconstructed in each other's heads as the other anticipated. And for some reason, there's just a failure to communicate between these two individuals who otherwise, physically speaking, look to be about the same in a lot of ways. And for some reason, they're just not able to conduct the magic, as Fable said. Not sure why, chat. Anything else? No, I don't think so. Oh god, what the fuck is this?
Is that what they saying? I don't know how true it is. He just broke.
I can't do it. Oh, Lau, she can't do it. She can't do it. The racisms of these white people and the systematic oppressions of the black people. It's just too much for her. The Black Queen has to carry all this country on her shoulders year after year, every election, all day, every day, just carrying America on her shoulders. She just can't do it no more. It's so hard with setbacks like these from racisms and shit.
Damn! God damn! That's it.
She even brought her tripod for her iPhone. You know, she was practicing her dances so that when Anthony Carmela was released from jail for self-defense, she could do her TikTok dances on the court steps. But all that practicing and rehearsal for those dances, she even got her nails done. Look at her nails. She did her nails to look as good as possible on her TikTok video for when he was acquitted. And now it was all for nothing.
Murder. They saying murder. They saying murder. They saying murder. They said no manslaughter. They saying murder. I thought it was manslaughter too. I thought it was manslaughter too. They saying guilty of murder on Fox right now. They saying guilty of murder. They saying guilty of murder.
I swear to God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired.
She's
I
tired,
don't give a
chat.
fuck. I'm tired. That is sick.
That is fucking sick.
That is sick. That is sick. You went through the same shit.
I like all the cameramen from the local news stations that have like $50,000 red cameras who are recording all this shit. Like, oh, yeah, let me hold this up. I gotta get this fucking shot. I gotta get this shot for sure. This is the money shot right here. This bitch freaking the fuck out. Oh hell nah. And somehow, why is this in my thing? Okay, I know what the news article is, but I'm not sure how this video ended up in my list. Um, Roblox has finally introduced age gating. So now you have to be over 16 to do certain things. People who are creating spaces have to ID themselves, and they have to pay a fee. So they have to put in credit card subscriber information to unlock the content. So now you can no longer make child rape RPGs in Roblox without doxing yourself. And a lot of people are upset about this because obviously it's like a form of ID, but at the same time, Roblox is like explicitly like a child video game. And if the issue with condos and sex roleplay stuff and user generated content that's just crops of porn is like that bad for something explicitly advertised to like the under 13 demographic, probably worth taking efforts to stop that. I realize now that age verification stuff is coming like fast and loose, and a lot of people are concerned, and I honestly I don't know what to think about it, because on one hand I'm very against any sort of IDing for internet access, because that's a great way to go. It's exactly like how in real life we in America we fought against having any sort of federal ID system. To this day, we do not have a federal ID. But then FDR created the Social Security system, and we all got assigned a number. And now your Social Security number and your birthday is basically your federal ID. And then we had driver's licenses, and we started doing interstate insurance programs. And now your driver's license is in the Real ID system. So between your Social Security number, birthday, and driver's license, which every American has to have, which is tied into Real ID, your driver's license is basically your federal ID. Now, every other country in the world just has an ID card, and that's your voter ID card, and that's your form of identification. In the United States, we have a retirement ID number, and we have a driver's license, and that is our ad hoc federal ID that we pretend is not a federal ID. But in that same vein, it's like we have a system that we're developing to age gate sexual content from children, and that is eventually going to slippery slope into ID to access the internet. And I have let me just do this first, and then I'll wind back to what I want to say. SpaceX has IPO'd. It is the biggest IPO in history, financial history. And the IPO has become so successful. Elon Musk is now officially the world's first trillionaire. So that's how much fucking money Elon now has. And honestly, as sickening as it is to say that Elon Musk is a trillionaire, Starlink is literally revolutionary technology that has made high tech redneckism a accessible thing to every American in the entire country. And it has changed the entire world. And it's kind of hard to say that somebody shouldn't be extraordinarily wealthy after doing something like that. If you've never seen this, by the way, this might razzle dazzle your mind. This is satellite-map.space. If we go here, you get a cool little thing. And each one of these dots is a SpaceX satellite, perfectly dotting the entire world, including the Arctic. You can see that there are thousands of these little satellites that are in low Earth orbit. And so you can be somewhere like in the middle of rural Berlin, New Hampshire, and you hit satellite 1664, and it goes back down to ground station in Lunenburg, Vermont. And that's how you get a 30 millisecond ping to a fucking piece of silicon floating around in space. And that's how you connect to the internet. And it's just revolutionary technology. Everybody in fucking bumfuck nowhere, Wyoming and Montana, everyone hanging out in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, around Fairbanks, 12 miles by car, having to take steam trains to get back to Anchorage for groceries once a month. You're connected to the internet now. So should Elon Musk be a trillionaire? I don't know. Should he be really well compensated for changing the entire world like this? Yeah. And how fortunate we are that we're our first trillionaire is Bubba Base and bought twitter.com for no particular reason. So that people could post something like this. David Oslin says, working class white people are burning down the homes of black working class people at the instigation of the world's only trillionaire. How has it come to this? So, I will not be able to talk about this on YouTube for obvious reasons, but there is some rioting happening in the United Kingdom in the very special region of Northern Ireland. And I'll get into that in a second. But I want to talk about internet censorship first. Let's put it back on the lovely background here of the map. I feel like this is a better background shot. And we can talk about internet censorship while this is up. Yeah, that's nice, chat. That's real nice. So here's my thought. The internet is about to get really censored. And when I talk about Ireland and how uncensored X has become, it'll be obvious, like what I'm referring to. But I think it's going to happen first in the United Kingdom, and it's going to set a pace for the rest of the world, because the rest of the world, every government in the entire world has an interest in censoring the internet. All of them do. Even the United States, especially the United States. The United States has tried to censor the internet before. During Joe Biden, they directly asked Zuckerberg to censor information related to COVID. So we probably have a couple months before really hardcore censorship comes to the entire world, starting with the UK. And it really makes me wonder what we should do, because they're going to hit it at the choke points. When I was a child, I understood the internet as like this web, and things just kind of bounced around, and it was uncensorable because it was so dynamic. And the internet is absolutely not like that. if you weren't around for Drop Kiwi Farms, I learned the hard way through historic censorship and deplatforming. Historic has never happened to anybody else that was running a US legal website. That the internet itself is routed through a handful of companies. If you just go to Google and you type in T1 ISP, you will see what are called the transit companies or the internet backbones. These companies are required in order to access the internet. You are not on the internet if you're not on a T1 ISP. There are big data centers around here, around the country, that have what are called internet exchanges. And these internet exchanges are a way to plug into other companies' networks for free cross connects so that you can transit with them. And I could put a data center down here in Miami, up here in New Jersey, in Los Angeles, and then the really, really big one in Seattle. And then there's like Chicago and stuff. And you would think if I was in Dallas, Fort Worth, Miami, Newark, New Jersey, Los Angeles, Seattle, Chicago, and I had IX plugged in, and I had a network between all these different locations, and I had cross connect with all the ISPs at these locations, that I would be on the internet, and you would be wrong. You would still need access to a T1 backbone transit provider, which is either Arlian or Lumen, aka CenturyLink, Cogent, GTT, NTT, something. I think Tata is one of them now. There's a very obscure one called Italia, which is Italian based. And if you don't have access to those, you're not on the internet. So it's really trivial, actually, to censor something from the internet. If the UK says, "Hey, if you want to operate an ISP in the UK, you have to make sure that people can't connect to this IP address." Cloudflare, you have to block the requests from the UK to these domain names. They have to. They don't have a choice, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes. And it's even easier if you don't rely on hard internet censorship. If you've never changed, if you don't know what a DNS is, you are relying on your ISP's DNS to resolve domain names. And it is very, very trivial for your government to censor any website you go to because you don't know how to change your DNS. So it's really coming. Hardcore censorship is really coming, and it's going to start in the UK, of course. And it concerns me, and it makes me think, like, what do we do? Should we start telling people about how to use Tor? Is Tor the answer? There's people who are trying to build mesh networks using Bluetooth. Bluetooth can conceivably be used to bypass internet censorship, even if the internet is down. But Bluetooth only has a 1 megabit per second connection speed. So you're talking about something that can only transmit text. There are people who are hobbyists with amateur radio who are setting up internet over long, like shortwave radio, like over 20 centimeter shortwave radio. So that's the thing that they're doing. And I don't know. I really don't know what to do. I support Tor on both the kiwifarms.cc and the kiwifarms.net. And if users in the UK are shunted from the internet and they can't connect to whatever website, if they have access to Tor, they can definitely connect to the Kiwi Farms still. But I'm really not sure, and it concerns me because it's coming. For sure, it's coming. They're talking about it right now, what they're going to do, how they're going to media blackout what's happening in Ireland. So Tor operators cannot ban against a hated enough website. It is not possible for Tor intermediaries to intercept a communication. It is an extraordinarily resilient network. Yeah, the Linux packet radio days, they're still around. They can transmit hundreds of kilobits per second over thousands of kilometers. I actually was looking it up, and there is a commercial radio station in Miami that Miami, in Okeechobee, and their commercial relay And for $1 a minute with a minimum of 1 hour, you can purchase airtime on shortwave radio and direct it to the United Kingdom. And it's like, should we just tell everybody to get into shortwave? Can we like relay information over Tor and then pay a pittance to broadcast shortwave radios at the UK and like communicate that way? Because I imagine, I don't know, is the audience of people who are able to understand and access the internet through Tor smaller or larger than the number of people in Northern Ireland and in Great Britain that can access a shortwave radio? You know what I mean? So, no, they did not. I'm telling you, there's no way for a Tor operator to censor an onion exit. It's just not possible. They came out and denounced the Daily Stormer, but they did not censor it. They can't. Because if they could, there's like a bunch of child porn on Tor, and they can't censor that. Review Bromax, and that's exactly right. So I don't know. I'm curious if you are like, I like to consider myself on the fringe of technology, but the fact is, I'm very normie pilled when it comes to technology because my greatest consideration when I consider a technology is if it's viable. And the true innovators on the internet don't ask if it's viable, they ask if it's possible. And that's how you have weirdos who have built up entire networks over shortwave radio that they, let me find this actually. I'll show you something that's really cool. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this exact image that I was thinking of, but it was like a picture of a laptop and with like a big antenna next to it, and it was a proof of concept of transmitting over 10,000 kilometers using like a laptop internet packets at like a 500 kilobits per second. So those people are really interesting, and maybe they have profound ideas about what could be done. But I really feel like if you're in the UK, you need to figure out how to use Tor like right now, and you can do this right now. You can get the app on your phone because they're going to control the Play Store app as well. That's the other thing. You can't really make an anti-censorship app because there's like, there's a Bluetooth SMS tool called BitChat. You can get that at bitchat.free. This is made by Jack Dorsey, and it uses the Bluetooth mesh. And theoretically, like if they control the app store for their region, they can just take BitChat off. They can take the Tor browser off. So you could learn how to use these programs, but if you're relying on an app store that's a centralized app distributor, then you're kind of screwed. And trying to teach people how to flash different app stores on their phone is just like a no-go. So if you are English, if you're in the UK or Ireland, figure out how to use Tor for sure. You can look into BitChat if you're interested. If you're playing around, if you're doing LARP in Ireland, you can try to BitChat. And if you have the funds, I know the economy is not too great in the UK right now. I'm going to buy a shortwave radio for sure because I do want to play around with that eventually. And who knows, maybe one day you'll be tuned into Radio Miami and you'll hear an SOS message from the Kiwi Farms about how to connect via Tor to stuff. So Meshtastic is the alternative to BitChat. Apparently that's more popular. So Meshtastic is a thing. Maybe get both. Why not? It's just an app. So do a shortwave radio stream with. I should. I fucked around with the idea, and apparently it's really popular on the Kiwi Farms too. So maybe I should do a special 1 hour podcast edit and broadcast it on shortwave to the United Kingdom. And I know there's a thing where it's like, let me show you this real quick. Oh yeah, this is it. This is really cool. If you write in physical mail to the shortwave radio stations, back when it was more popular, they would generally send you back a card. It's like a little postcard that they can send out cheaply, but they would send back like a received message, like for your fan mail. Maybe I should do that. If you send in a a shortwave radio hello message to the PO box, I'll send you back a card or something, a postcard, something like that. Oh, these are ham radio. Yeah, it is ham radio. You're right. Let's see, shortwave radio station postcards. Is this it? They were very cool. This might be it. I remember there's a shortwave radio station in, I want to say Serbia. That's still oh no, Bulgaria, and they send out postcards if you reply to them. So, anyways, that's just my thoughts. I feel like censorship is imminent, and I don't know what to recommend to people. Tor is the obvious one, but Tor is, I feel like it's complicated and scary, and if you're relying on phone apps, you're kind of fucked. So I kind of feel like if you are in the UK and you're like concerned about censorship, you should learn how to use Tor at the minimum, and you should learn, you should get a shortwave just in case. Because back in the day, um, the what was it? Oh, the when the Iron Curtain was up, the West would use shortwave radios to communicate messages to the people in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and they couldn't censor that. They just couldn't figure out how to do anything about that. So that's how it is. All right. So that's the YouTube news segment. I'm very sorry, everybody. Should we put the? I think we should put the Brits back up for this one. All right. Bye bye, YouTube. ManAtTheInternet.com. Oh wait, no. Kick.com/ManAtTheInternet if you want to switch over. I should have put the thing up while I was doing my exit talk, but I did not. Am I not able to turn off YouTube again? And Rumble drives me fucking crazy. All right. So, Ireland. Wait, no, it's the wrong one. So this is the face of the guy that was almost beheaded, almost decapitated, is the word that people use. And I haven't dived too deep into what his history was, but my understanding is that he was profoundly mentally and physically disabled. As Azalea Banks put it, sheesh, this motherfucker is so ugly. I think the Sudanese guy did him a favor. Wow, this motherfucker is ugly. And like every horrible British gene just combined at once. Famous Azalea Banks, black woman, United States, says about Stephen Ogilvy. Now, there were no good pictures of Stephen Ogilvy, and people were suspicious that the pictures of him that were circulated were done intentionally to make him look as disheveled as possible. But apparently the truth is that he's actually just mentally handicapped, and there's no good pictures of him because he is disheveled because he's handicapped. He was born hard of hearing, and when the assessment of his injuries came in, he's lost one eye physically. His other eye is blinded, and he suffered brain damage. So now he's kind of a mentally handicapped person who is going to be locked in to his body with no sight or sound. So that is what happened. The black guy was stabbing him with a small knife because big knives are banned. So he was merely stabbed dozens of times with a smaller knife that almost decapitated him, but he managed to survive. So that's what happened with him. Black people think that this is really, really, really funny. Irish people do not. So after, and it's hard to suss out what's actually going on because there is a media blackout. My understanding is that the government of the United Kingdom has asked all the major publications to not write anything about what's going on in Ireland. And the people in Northern Ireland, who, by the way, if you are mentally fucking handicapped and you're bringing up distinctions between Northern Irish British and Northern Irish Irish and Protestantism and Catholicism at this point in time, you're a fucking fag and you should kill yourself because you're a fucking faggot and you're a detriment to everybody around you. I'm going to be referring to them as the Northern Irish just because I don't know what the sensibilities are, but I don't think anyone gives a fuck. I think at this point in time in 2026, the troubles have been over for quite a while, and nobody is quibbling over the distinction between an Irishman and a loyalist at this point. It seems to be the barriers are now Muslim, Sudanese, decapitators, and everybody civilized. So I will just say Northern Irish. The Northern Irish protesting the existence of immigrants in Northern Ireland do not want to be recorded. So people who are recording are having their phones smashed and they're being attacked in the streets. There was a very nice video that I saw of a black guy who was like, man, check out these racist white people. And he was like just looking smug at the camera, like standing in front of a bunch of guys in all black with balaclavas on. And someone just runs the fuck up behind him and smashes him in the back of the head as he's stunting like this, thinking that the docile white cattle will simply walk around him. But no, they just punched him in the back of the head with a brick as he was doing this. So the Northern Irish, regardless of their ethnicity or heritage or religion, do seem to be quite fed up with this kind of antic. Now, this was in Bolton, England, but it was following the events. This person lit a fire and then used lighter fluid to try and ignite the house of an imam in England. This did get propagated because the person who had the camera posted the video online. But don't worry, the Home Office is on it. The Home Office announced this after the beheading of the Sudanese immigrant, saying, crime is evolving, and so must the way we respond. A new national center for police AI will responsibly develop and roll out AI tools for all forces, helping officers work faster to fight crime. This will free up over 6 million hours a year, putting officers back on the front line. So the Home Office of the UK has proudly announced that to combat the fact that their police force is completely and totally inadequate, and the UK is just an absolute fucking nightmare to live in, has announced, don't worry, we're going to enact mass AI digital surveillance like fucking China to keep you cattle in line so we can send more Muslim hijabi women to knock on your front door for social media posts. By the way, I saw that something like 19 people had been arrested for the riots in Belfast. And it was my suspicion that they were arresting rioters. However, it appears that the people they're arresting in Northern Ireland right now are people who are posting social media comments and encouraging the rioting, and they're not actually able to arrest any of the rioters. So it is more dangerous to post online on social media about the riots than it is to simply get a Molotov cocktail or dissolve some styrofoam in petroleum and throw that shit at the cops. That's the fucking lesson. So no, don't go online and use the internet as a vent for your frustrations about the government and the current situation. Go in real life and blow shit up, because that's much safer for you. Great job, UK. The cyber police are on it. And this, at the exact same time that Ireland is burning, this verdict just came back in. Brother and sister guilty of attacking girls in Dundee. Now, you may remember, let me find a picture, actually. You may remember this young girl. Oh, this isn't a good one. Put the AI slapper version up. Who was wielding an axe and a knife in Dundee in Scotland. And there was a lot of debate, intense debate at the time, about why this young racist woman was running around with an axe and a knife, hassling poor immigrants. She must have had a terrible upbringing with racist parents that had told her it was okay to have a weapon despite weapons being illegal. And it was also okay to hassle poor immigrants with those weapons. Actually, as it turned out, she had been attacked by these two people. Now, I looked this up. They are Hungarian, but you can tell by looking at them, there's something wrong. There's just something a little bit off with them. And if you look at the name Belov, that is actually a Jewish name. So, it is an Eastern European Jewish name. And they had apparently assaulted the girl, and she was literally defending herself because apparently it's just commonplace for 13-year-old girls to be assaulted on the streets of Scotland, and nobody fucking does anything about it. So she at some point acquired a kitchen knife and a woodcutting axe to defend herself, and they've been convicted. Anyways, um, bizarre. Oh my god, dude! Look at this. Look at this picture that they used in the Evening Standard. Oh, I'm blocked. Fuck you, you piece of shit. What's that? Is that a VPN? Oh no. They censored, they showed the attackers, they censored the girl, like, okay, yeah, she's like 13, but they censored the weapons as well. Like the mere visage of a bladed weapon in the United Kingdom is simply too offensive to put in the Evening Standard. It would just absolutely shatter the minds of the readers of the Evening Standard to know what a knife or a woodcutting axe would look like. That's great. So let's just look through the media. So this is the media view for the Belfast thread. This thread is absolute fucking dog shit. And it's dog shit because of the people that I mentioned that should all kill themselves. There's stuff happening. There's these pictures coming in. But as I said, there's not a lot of verifiable media because neither the Northern Irish nor the government want anything happening in here to be advertised. So instead of having interesting information about the riots to talk about, it is a bunch of the biggest, most insufferable fucking fags on the fucking planet talking about if Irish people are white and if it makes sense to make jokes about the IRA because of the modern Sinn Féin versus historic IRA politics. And it's like, nobody gives a fuck. I guarantee you nobody of fighting age right now in Northern Ireland has any relationship to the old IRA, and nobody gives a fuck, and they just want these Sudanese people decapitating retarded people in the streets to fuck off. But no, in classic Amerimut retard fashion, they're going to focus on the most black-pilled retard nonsense take possible to justify not having to care or have any optimism. Because if you don't have any optimism, you can't be hurt when things don't go out your way. You don't have to try or do anything. So they're supposedly, and again, it's hard to tell where the fantasist ends and like the journal of fantasist ends and the truth begins. But supposedly, the claims are that Irishmen, Northern Irishmen in balaclavas are going door to door. And if there is an immigrant in the home, they say, you have to leave. And then sometimes they're also torching the houses of the immigrants and denying access to firefighters that are trying to put out the fire. They're also going to these things called HMOs, which are houses of multiple occupants, I want to say. And this is a government program for finding low-income housing from private leasers to put people who are homeless into a home. So it's sort of like, instead of opening up homeless shelters, it's a private incentive for people to rent out rooms, and the government pays for it. Well, obviously, this mostly goes to refugees, and the people most likely to develop these kinds of things are going to be immigrants themselves supporting immigration. Now, Northern Ireland, to the police's credit, because of the Troubles, they're used to this concept of Northern Irishmen burning shit. So they actually have a fleet of very funny looking UK Bearcats And these Bearcats are supposedly fireproof. So the one place in the United Kingdom that might be ready for a Molotov cocktail just so happens to be Northern Ireland. And indeed, they have their fireproof Bearcats out to test and see. They haven't been tested in a while, but they're there. So we're going to see if those actually are fireproof eventually. The police were trying to disperse. They had shields. There's videos of them chasing rioters down the streets. I think this is there were some videos of guys walking around with wheelie bins, and they were picking up bricks. Like they were taking the bricks off the side of the curb and dumping them into wheelie bins and placing the wheelie bins where the people were facing off with the police so they could throw the bricks at the officers. This is an oil tanker, I want to say, a petroleum delivery vehicle. I think that was also set on fire. There is a video I saw. I don't know how far back I'll have to go to find this, but it was a double-decker bus from I think its name is Transmet. It's the Northern Irish Public Transportation Authority. And the double-decker bus was completely fucking toasted. And apparently this was like a $700,000 vehicle. And the opinion was, "Oi, burning down their own Met. Why is Whitey like this?" Is that it? Apologies for any inconvenience. And I believe that is the $700,000 Transmet double-decker modern brand new bus on fire, Foyer if you prefer, in Northern Ireland. Let's get some of these. That's the mob. That is the bus being put out by the firefighters. And that's it. As I said, most of this is just people arguing. Oh, my tweet went viral. Lots of people were posting memes like this, but this got like 14,000 likes. This asshole on Twitter says, "I'm currently in Belfast turning Sudanese immigrants into lampshades. I currently have 4 lampshades." A lot of people found this post very funny and it received many likes. Good job, Josh. Many people inquiring where they could purchase a lampshade. Many people encouraging a higher rate of production of aforementioned lampshades. Some people claiming that they were developing shoes made of Sudanese immigrants. Many interesting replies to that one. That was a tweet I was smugly chuckling about as I was writing. Like, yeah, this is a fucking banger. You just know it. You just got the feeling. Like, yeah, this is it. So that's it. As I said, there's sort of like a veil of secrecy. What's happening in Northern Ireland? We'll never know. We won't know until the British tell us what's happening, which may be never. All right. Let us proceed into the main content for the stream chat. I have sort of a late edition here. This is a video of Pearl Davis having a conversation with an Orthodox priest. Sorry if they're not actually called priests. I don't know what you call a practitioner of faith in Orthodoxy. But Pearl Davis is talking to him, okay? And if you don't know, a rabbi, they're called priests. No, I'm not talking about Orthodox Jews. I'm talking about Orthodox Christians, okay, from the Eastern Branch. If you don't know, Orthodox Christianity has been having a massive upsurge in conversions. Many people trying to find a place of tradition and clarity, not interested in Catholicism because of scandals and because of a perceived weakness in the Roman Church. Not interested in Southern Baptist or modern Protestantism in the U.S. because of its association with conversion by mass importation into the United States. They look outside, they look to the Far East, and they find Orthodoxy. So Pearl Davis decided she would interview, it says right there, Deacon Seraphin. Richard. So he's a deacon, Orthodox deacon, which I think is a priest, but the higher up one. I think it's the exact same thing in the Roman Catholic Church, where a deacon is above a priest. And she's going to talk to him, and she's going to try and understand, are Orthodoxes based? This is a very slow conversation. This is a man of faith. He takes his faith seriously. Pearl Davis is a disgusting, fat, coal-burning whore with the body of a refrigerator. She is not a practitioner of any faith seriously besides the faith of the BBC. And she's going to make a mockery of this man's faith, and he's going to try to very calmly explain to her that she's a retard. But to help him out, we're going to be listening at increased speed. So Pearl is going to ask him how to protect innocent men from predatory women that want to divorce rape them. Let's listen.
The issues you have in church is like a lot of young, naive men. Again, I can't speak to this one, I'm just talking in general, but a lot of women with crazy pasts come in. So you got women that hooked up with a lot of guys in college, you have women that did corn, like that sort of thing. Then you have a young guy with no sexual experience.
Did she just say corn? She's talking in real life with this guy, and she says corn instead of porn. That's like next level unalive mind raping. That's terrible.
She's going to run circles around him in manipulation. And like church men are known for this, like being deceived by the women. So like what is the church doing to protect, young men from women that are ultimately, and I've been on the other side, like where I've interviewed men that are victims of like a divorce rape, where this really, really destroys their life. Mm-hmm.
Dude, imagine unironically saying the words divorce rape in like a place of worship with like an offline person who takes his job seriously.
And they kind of bought into, like if they went to a Latin church or an Orthodox church, that, they would have a higher quality of woman, and it really like messed up their life for years to come. So like, how is the church protecting young men from women with crazy pasts?
What can God teach young men about divorce, rape, and corn? Deacon, your answer, Sir Deacon?
So there's kind of two parts of an answer here. So the first would be to answer the question, well, what about anybody's past, right? What amount of sin is so much that you can't come to God? And it's not a rhetorical. I mean, it's a rhetorical question.
Oh no! That's not the answer she wants. He wants him to say, well, if you've done corn, then you're cast into the fiery pits of hell, and Christ can't forgive you. Yeah, I mean, if there's any corn involved, I mean, that's obviously Christ can forgive you. Now, sucking nigger dick. That one, St. Peter might have some words.
The difference between coming to God and getting a husband, right? I think there is a certain
so what I'm saying is that first of all, if somebody comes to us and they're honest about their past, and we have a long process of reception into the church here. It takes about a year to become a new Orthodox Christian at this parish. And
that's a very important distinction between like American Protestantism and what they call confessionals, which I've only recently heard about, but in a lot of non-mainstream branches of Christianity, you can't just be like, hallelujah, I'm saved, I know Christ. It's like you have to go through the process of being like ordained before they'll give you sacraments. And that's like a big deviation that they really quibble about. So I think the orthodoxy, it might depend on the specific branch, but you're not entitled to sacrament walking through the door. And he's explaining, like, if you come in with like an open heart and you want to be saved, after about a year, we'll finally give you sacraments. Whereas with a lot of churches, you can just walk in and be like, hallelujah, and they'll give you the bread and blood of Christ. And that's a big thing that people argue about. So that's what he's explaining.
And during that time, we have classes. We're also doing lots of one-on-one meetings with you throughout that period. And then also, if there's say a boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, something like that, then we're also doing premarital counseling during that period. This is a long period of vetting. It's a lot of work to do if you're not serious.
This is unknown. A lot of people, they didn't grow up religious. And I'm learning about a lot of this stuff just from casual, like looking into it, because this is the core issue with like tradcath stuff, is that people want like a fire and brimstone God that's like race mixing is evil. You have to kill your fucking enemies. You have to behead foreign invaders. And really, if you get into mainstream theology with Christianity, it's like the exact opposite. Love thy neighbor. There's nothing about tribalism really in the Bible. People have tried to convince me that there is explicit mentions of like tribes in regards to the Tower of Babel and how that's a moral story about how we have to be separate as a punishment. But it's like kinism is not mainstream in Christianity, and it does not give people who want like an ultra nationalist thing. And the exact same thing that happened in Nazi Germany is happening in the U.S., where it's like, because Christianity doesn't provide that kind of framework for racial identitarianism, people want to become like pagan. It was called the Völkisch in Nazi Germany, where they wanted to become like neo-pagans again. And it's like, but people who argue it for neo-paganism because it's traditional, it's like, it's really not. There's no written record of these things, and you're kind of just making shit up. So you can't really return to tradition by worshiping the trees and the river and natural beauty and the race and shit. You're just kind of, there is no tradition in that. You're just kind of like pretending that there is. Whereas Europe became great while Christian. So if your argument is that it's traditional, then you're wrong. And people get mad at me for saying that, because they do. But this is the exact sort of confrontation here, where you have Pearl Davis like, oh, thank God you're a based Orthodox. So what about femoids doing corn and divorce raping their men? And he's like, well, from a church perspective, there's tabula rasa, and Christ forgives all sins regardless. You can be a child rapist, murderer. You can eat the flesh of somebody, but if you come to Christ and honest, we'll give you sacraments after a year. That's not what they want to hear. They want to hear, well, in certain circumstances, God says to hold them down and drown them in a sea of fire ants. But that's not what you get.
So during that process, one of the things you do is you begin to meet with a priest and to make your life confession. And here in this parish, this is done over the course of several sessions. And some of them can be quite long. And the point of the life confession, so I had to make one when I came to the church, so did my wife, so did our oldest daughter. When the point of the life confession is to go through your whole past, to go through your hurt, your pain, but also your sin, your wrong, your guilt, and to lay all of that at the feet of Christ and ask for his healing. At the end of that period, you're received into the church. Now, we don't live in the Middle Ages anymore, which means that we can strongly advise people about certain things, and we have certain...
That's a really pretty church, by the way. That's the greatest sin of like American Protestantism, is that American churches all look like fucking converted office buildings that are as barren and minimalistic as possible. And it's like a thing where it's like we show our faith through our practice, not through our decorations. But look how fucking nice that looks. Look at all the icons. Look at the icons. Look at them. You not see how nice that looks? It looks like you give a fuck. Won't you practice by looking like you give a fuck every so often? And this is her asking about traditional gender roles in marriage, chat.
But
I have a suggestion for marriage.
The chairs
What
are
about 10
lame. They
years
need
of
some
text?
pews.
She has to submit 10 years of text messages to her husband.
this is that would be a pastoral.
It's deep sigh. She asked him this bullshit fucking question about text messages, and he's like, oh, she's being cringe. Forgive me, Father. I'm judging her for being cringe.
Decision. It would be a pastoral decision. I am a deacon, which is a Greek word that means a servant.
Okay.
So I'm not a policymaker. I'm a bouncer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So the last stage.
And then there's a second video. Okay. 28 seconds. Okay, no, this is about the traditional gender roles. I can't wait. So now they're sitting down. I guess she managed to convince him. She managed to convince this man that she desperately needs God, and he's going to try his best.
Really
here.
asking churches what their thoughts are on obedience. So I really would just love for you to talk about what you guys believe here when it comes to should women be obedient to their husbands?
Yes. Like I said, the biblical teaching is that the husband gives love.
Why is she so masculine? Look at those thighs. Those thighs are like as big as my thighs, and they look like they're pure muscle. Why is she built like a fucking super mutant, chat? I don't understand.
The wife gives honor.
Okay. So do you think it's okay for a woman to tell her husband to do chores? So if he comes home.
She is mogging him. If you shave that beard off, I bet you she's got like a more masculine chin. And look, he's covering up his thighs so you can't see that he's like thinner than she is.
Is she allowed to tell him what to do?
The thing is the way you're framing it. I would, obviously that wouldn't be a healthy marriage that you're describing. But in a healthy marriage, the husband would notice maybe she needs a little help.
But would you tell a woman she's out of place for telling her husband to do that?
Would you tell a woman that she's being cringe in church? Okay, this is 6:17. Is it okay for the husband to tell a wife to shut up?
So that might be one thing I would suggest.
Can he just tell her to shut up, woman?
His face! He's like, this is like the defensive posture and like neutral expression that you give when you're really not sure if you're like being trolled or not. And he's having to decide like how seriously to take this because it just comes across like a fucking joke.
Just shut up, woman. Is that okay?
Because at this point, he must be feeling like this is like an adversarial conversation. She's trying to trap me into saying something really like horrifically misogynist to like put on her tabloid blog about how I beat women or whatever. Like he doesn't know how to respond to this because it's like if she's being sincere, then he has to like keep what his response like in biblical teachings. But if she's being adversarial, he has to be very careful about what he says because otherwise he's going to make his entire church look bad,
I grew up in religious communities. I think it'd be heaven on earth if more husbands told their wives to shut up.
Well, I would never talk to my wife in that way.
Maybe you have to be told to shut up.
Okay, but is it immoral if a guy wants to?
Dude, he needs...
In a hypothetical situation, right, it's very hard to judge the intent of the heart, right? But when St. John Chrysostom, for instance, speaks about how should husbands treat their wives and speak to them, and how should wives treat their husbands and speak to them, in a healthy marriage, you wouldn't speak to each other in that way, nor would it ever be necessary.
Right.
Dude, this guy is legit like nine charisma. What a fucking fantastic navigation of this retard minefield that she's laying for him. Fantastic. What a lad, representing the Orthodox Christians in America to the best of his ability.
Hypothetically, such an instance could exist.
I think
men are turned away from the church because it means they're no longer the ultimate authority over women.
I think one deterrent a lot of people have from joining a church is that essentially the church, flawed people get authority over his home.
He's deep sighing every time she talks. I feel so bad for him.
When, 'cause I was talking to someone I know that's an atheist, and he's one of just morally the best people I know where you'd think he'd be religious, right? And I meet guys like this all the time where they're just very...
Just reaching for his gun. Very subtly reaching for the gun off screen.
They're not religious, but they behave in a really moral way. And I kind of asked him why, and he just didn't like the idea of another man telling him what to do in his own house. Especially when, there's scandals in churches all the time. I don't know if this one's one of them, but the Catholic had the priest scandal.
What a fucking horrible thing to say. Like, you're in this guy's church and you're like, yeah, I don't know. Is this one of those rape churches? You guys got any rape? I didn't do my research before I showed up here, but rape church, child rape church, especially. Is that what's going on here? Are you guys doing any of that diddling?
The pastors come out having affairs, and it's So don't you think by that logic that another man has authority in your own house?
I mean,
No.
I'm a deacon of the Orthodox Church, so I can't even leave town without traveling papers. Like, if we don't have obedience, we don't have anything. A lot of the questions that you are asking seem to me, I could be wrong about this, seem to be aimed at trying to say, how could we create a system which is going to be totally free from pain? Right? And one of the ways that we try to do this is to cut ourselves off from relationships that potentially have this possibility of bringing pain into my life. Of course, everything that I do has the potential of, like, even this conversation right now, I'm taking a risk doing this. I have no idea how you're going to edit this, how you're going to put it up, how you're going to spin it. I'm not impugning you, but I'm just saying this is a risk. I'm taking a little risk. Why am I taking the risk to have this conversation? Why would I take the risk to enter into a relationship with somebody or to put myself under the authority of my bishop? Well, because I believe it's going to be for some healing. Right? Now, my particular vocation is the church called me to do a particular role. Bishop put his hands on my head. He called down the Holy Spirit upon me to fill me and fill all the parts in me that are missing and lacking so that I can do this work. Right? Similarly, the Holy Spirit is present at a wedding. He's present in a Christian marriage. Right? And so yes, does another man have authority in my home? Obviously, yes. That would be it. But that's true for everyone. Like, if you live in the United States of America, there's another man, many of them, going many, 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 many ranks up in government, who has authority in your home. Stop paying your taxes and see what happens.
That's a very good. I wonder if he's just like constantly debate broing and has like these platitudes to draw from when confronted by like an ignoramus, like a frumpy ginger coal burner, or if he's just like really clever and on the fly, just like is coming up with it. That's pretty good. Okay. Apparently this is a good one. I'm almost done. There's only like 3 left.
What's in it for men to get married if they don't have authority in their home?
It's a super weird way of framing that.
Well, I don't.
Look at how uncomfortable she looked in response to that when he just flat out calls her fucking weird.
Let me phrase it.
Watch your eyes.
What's in it for men to get married if they don't have authority in their home?
It's a super weird way of framing that.
She looks off to the side like, oh no, the deacon thinks I'm weird. What? It is weird. It's like, why is she like framing absolutely everything in this like power dynamic? Okay. I want to hear his response to
It
this.
just has to be done with a blessing.
I believe that women are less than men in terms of...
You can tell when he's weirded out because he has like a more relaxed posture when he's just talking. But when he's trying to like assemble his thoughts, he becomes completely motionless. His face is like completely still. His entire body goes stiller than usual.
Pretty much everything. I don't think we're as smart. I don't think we do as much for society. And I don't think we're as useful or needed. Do you think that's wrong?
Yes.
Why?
Because back in Genesis, God made man and woman, male and female, in his image and likeness. So there's no human being who does not bear the image of Christ. The greatest Christian to ever live was the Mother of God. She's done more miracles. She's had a longer and more glorious career in the church since her repose than any other human being who's ever lived. She's more loved than any other human being who's ever lived. And she is, for us, the fulfillment of womanhood. You mentioned Eve a couple of times. But here's the thing about Eve. Eve, in the same way that Adam is a type, Eve is also a type. So going back to those apostolic fathers we mentioned, what they say is that Mary is the new Eve. So a little typology here. in Genesis, woman is taken out of man's side. So the first Eve is taken out of the side of the first Adam. But in the gospel, the second Adam is taken out of the womb of the second Eve. And in the gospel according to St. John, the first few days of the gospel are laid out in direct parallel to the first week of creation, culminating in this event right here, the wedding at Cana. The wedding at Cana blows away so
I've never heard that particular take on Mary. Mary is one of the most disputed people in the church because the Catholics go really, really far in sort of idolizing Mary. And it's one of the main contentions in the Protestant Reformation was that sort of biblically, Mary was just the birth giver. But in Catholic tradition, she was also without sin, I want to say. I want to say that they go so far as to say that Mary not only was without sin, but that she was also assumed directly into heaven. I think when you hear the Assumption of Mary, it refers to Mary like ascending directly to heaven without death, which is weird. And I don't think that's in the Bible at all. And that's a thing that people argue about as well. It's one of the main reasons they don't like Catholics. I'm not sure where the Orthodox are on that, though. Okay, apparently Pearl did not take the hint after this and is going to piss the deacon off.
fulfillment of that type.
Well, but why is it wrong to believe that men are above us and more competent? Like
this is very interesting,
if I look at society and I look at men and women, it just seems like women are doing the wrong thing, aborting an eighth of the world population. That's crazy. Like you've heard that a third.
Okay, no, chat. Someone is saying I'm Catholic. That's not true. We're going to fucking Wikipedia. The Assumption of Mary is a Catholic dogma that Mary, at the end of her earthly life, was taken body and soul into heaven, defined by Pope Pius the 12th in 1950 at his Apostolic Constitution. Okay, so this is apparently very recent that it was defined into dogma, but it is a thing. Okay, the Assumption of Mary here. Body and soul into heaven. Okay. Don't even try me. I'm fine, motherfucker. Okay, sorry. That's everything else that I was going to talk about. Okay. PPP Colin. No. All right, I'm done with that. She's a dumb hoe. Chat. Next. Drew DeVault. Drew DeVault is an open source guy that I've talked about a couple times. He was like a wrong-think enforcer for the left in the free and open source software community. However, he himself has been bullied out. I can ask people. Look, I'll send him a fucking message. Okay, where's my PPP? PPP. Okay. Do the Catholics believe that Mary was assumed directly into heaven like Jesus? Well, I'll give you the official PPP response to this question if he answers, chat. Anyways, Drew DeVault has been cyberbullied. He was banned from Ethical False Open Slopware, a free and open source software choosing to use and or support LLM usage or AI, as well as tips requesting better policies and forking. So this is basically a instruction guide on how to use LLM ethically. So anti-slop, no AI. This is NBWare with trans rights sponsored by the Gay Agenda. And Drew DeVault, despite his devotion to the woke gay retard cause, has been banned from participating in open slopware, chat. As it says here, This is from his fork of the Fediverse. He says, he blames this on us. Open Slopware is boosting the defamatory Kiwi Farms report on me. That's nice. So Drew DeVault has had a sordid history. He's also done things that are not woke and are offensive and quite problematic. Some of this is documented on the Kiwi Farms. And when he gets a taste of his own medicine and trans agenda type content decides that they don't want to have him around, he just blames us and says that it's a Kiwi Farm psyop on him. He says, since they blocked me from the repository after I complained about this, I'll answer the questions here. It is fallacious to cite my admission of an apology for having been bigoted and mean in the past to support the idea that I am bigoted and mean now. I am furious over this insinuation, especially given 10 plus years of aggressively campaigning for and advocating for the rights of marginalized people of all kinds is erased. Advocacy which has earned me hate, harassments, and death threats, the big three, the Holy Trinity, from the far right, but apparently also harassment from these sorts too. This is fucking shameful. He goes on to say, by the way, I want to point out that you can be the worst human on earth, and the Orthodox Church will give you sacrament after 1 year. But in the Church of Paz, 10 years of living on your fucking knees like a dog doesn't earn you a second chance. I hope you picked the right idol, Mr. Drew DeVault. I hope we're all happy with our life choices here. Something I want to add to this, I took a hard look at 15 odd years of my life and identified things I was ashamed of. I worked on them, figured my shit out, and then I publicly acknowledged it and made an apology. It was humiliating, scary, and frankly, it took a lot of courage to do, but it was worth it. It seems like it. It seems like it was really worth it. I said once, and I'll say again, that I cannot fault anyone who I have personally harmed for keeping their distance, and I don't expect forgiveness from them. But for anyone else whose knowledge of me is impersonal and extends no further than the defamation of Kiwi Farms and their ilk, I'm sorry, but you're the one saying that you published all this in a big pamphlet for forgiveness. How is that Kiwi Farms defamation? You said it's all true. How is that our fault? You made the dossier on yourself. You canceled yourself. Why is that our issue? To take my reflection, honesty, and accountability as a sign that I am not a safe person, I challenge you to look back at 15 years of your own life without finding any faults in yourself. I don't know about you, bitch, but I've been a perfect little cherub for as long as I can remember. And nobody has anything bad to say about me. And I'm the Kiwi Farms guy. So you're really fucking up. Would you have the courage to do what I did? What's better for the safety of our peers? Marginalizing people who carry out that process of self-reflection and accountability, or leaving our lives unexamined and privately festering in our shame, hoping not that we can reform ourselves, but that it will never come back to us. Last thing, and it should go without saying, but I'll say it anyways. This is not an opportunity to harass anyone back over this. Don't go flame them. It's like, bro, come on. What's really funny is that he's saying that, like, the people he's hurt have never forgiven him. And I can't even say that and honest. Everybody who is mad at me for Blockland shit is like a 30-year-old now and has gotten the fuck over it and got the fuck over it like a decade ago. What did you do that was so bad that after 10 years, they still hate you for it? And by the way, and I mean this in honest, if you are going to say that if you're going to repent and you're going to make a big expose on yourself and you're going to write down all your sins and you're going to ask for confession in this gay ass fucking woke church of forgiveness, who are you to decide who is going to forgive you? If you said the N-word 10 years ago and you acknowledge that you said the N-word 10 years ago and you apologize and lament profusely and earnestly that you said the N-word 10 years ago as a joke between friends that got leaked out and yada, 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 who are you to say, though, that a person of color should not hold that against you? should not make the independent character judgment that you are still a dangerous insayer and not want to associate with you. Part of the accountability is to accept the fact that there are going to be people who are never going to want to associate with you again because you're an insayer. And that's the community that you chose. That's the doctrine and the dogma that you aligned yourself with. You don't get to decide who forgives you and who accepts your apology and who believes that you actually have reformed and changed. That's literally what you subscribe to. On the flip side, we have people who are accountable to nobody and don't give a fuck and just make code. And you thought those people are bad. You hate them. You went out of your way to try and cancel those people and prevent them from finding gainful employment in a place among other developers. That was your job. That's what you wanted. So why can you not take a step back and see that this is the process? This is the process. People deciding on their own, the people who write this repository and identify in this way with MBWare trans rights don't want to associate you because you put it out there and apologize for some things. And they looked at it and said, well, it's nice that you apologize, but we still think that you're a fucking asshole and we don't want you around us. It's what you wanted, bro. I don't get it, man. You try to cancel them anonymously. That is pretty fucking gay. That is pretty fucking cringe. Okay, PPP responded in regards to the Assumption of Mary chat. I'm pretty sure they do. They basically put her on the level of God. It's some real weird shit. So that's the official PPP take on the Catholics. All right, next. Clavicular has gotten a rhinoplasty and an autoplasty, which is ear pinning. Let's take a look. Let's see if he mogs.
You didn't need this.
Boyd? What did we learn from Pearl Davis? Shut up, woman. Don't talk about my rhinoplasty. Listen, my rhinoplasty and my autoplasty, that's not for you, hole. That's for the boys. That's for me and the boys. The boys like it when my nose is shaved down and my ears are pinned. So shut the fuck up, bitch.
Well,
That looks so painful.
could always
That's
look
gonna hurt.
better.
You could always look better.
You look softer. Dude, I don't know what you call this look, but it's like a thing that like Slavic women get where they like orangify themselves like Trump and then get lip filler. Like every Slavic woman who gets cosmetic surgery ends up looking like they were cast into a fucking mold of like a vapid horror. And it's just like the most unattractive, unappealing thing. That's why I was never into Slavic women. It's just like, why do you want to look like that? It looked like a fucking Oompa Loompa or some shit. What the fuck are you doing?
This looks maxing.
Not.
For what?
You didn't need this.
Okay, and this is the other one. Clavicular gets emotional after realizing Dr. Miami may have ruined his nose forever and cost him his entire career. It is like a soft boy nose. He had a more like strong face before this. His ears aren't even pinned, I don't think. His ears don't look any fucking different. Yeah, I don't know what they did with his ears. Maybe they pulled him back a little bit, but not really. His nose definitely looks softer, though. He looks like he has an LA nose, but it makes him look like a pretty boy as opposed to like he had a more rugged face before. And it looks like they shaved down his chin. I don't know what's up with that. Did he stop mewing? He needs to start mewing again, bro. If you don't keep on that mew set, you fucking lose all your gains, bro.
You're retarded. You and everyone in the chat, you're retarded.
Oh, he stopped using steroids because he's infertile and he wants to reproduce. So that's why he's lost so much muscle mass because apparently, is it that easy? Steroid heads. Explain this to me. Is it really as easy as just taking steroids and then you become buff as shit and your fucking jaw's huge? Is that what? Do you have to work out at all? Huh. I see. Okay, interesting. Okay, next. Foundering, the guy who sings the old-timey ragtime music, has been banned by Bandcamp, YouTube Music, DistroKid, and Spotify all at once. So the hammer came down. His ragtimey jazz about black people being on orbital bodies around the not the United States, but around Earth, no longer welcome. He's been evicted. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. He's suffering, bro. I made a big post about on Twitter about how stingy conservatives are, because naturally, if someone's conservative, they don't waste money. But as a result, people who do things tend to do things in isolation, and they don't tend to be very well rewarded for it, and they don't tend to work together at all. So it's sort of like that. Foundering is like a musician, and possibly, he could do music for other people. People could promote him. He could be used as like for other creative works, but I don't think it works like that. Like, you're not going to hear Emily Eucas like incorporating one of his songs into. She published a new, what is it called? What's the guy? It do be like that, Mister. What the fuck's his name? Mr. Stancil. Stancil. So it's not like she's going to pay him for a composition to put in her animations. She would just use AI. But even her stuff doesn't make any money. So it's like, what's she going to do? She's not going to like be able to afford people for that kind of stuff. So I thought about a while ago that it would be really funny to put up together like a Kiwi Farms album and try to get like a bunch of different music, like one from the guy that does the Wings of Redemption remixes. There's a Foundering. There's Hardman Working Hard. It would be funny to get like a song from like each of these people and put it onto like a 12-track album or something. But I've never done that. Maybe I should. What do you guys? Liquid Richard. Yeah, that's it. What do you guys think? Should I do that? Should I make an album? Rusty Cage? Oh, fuck yeah. You got Rusty Cage, you got Foundering, you got Liquid Richard, you got Hardman Working Hard. Dude, I featured that song by Songs in the Keys of Quick because he sent it to me. He sent it to me in my notifications. And he says like, Puppet Josh is in this. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll play that for an outro thing. I know that he's really popular with like PPP's people. So I played it as an outro. And I wasn't in it much, but I do like make a 1-second cameo at like 3 different parts. And then because I did this, a bunch of like people who hate me like sent him messages and said like, why are you sucking up to Josh Moon? Don't you know he's like the worst person ever? And he like apologized and said, I didn't ask this guy to play my music. I'm like, you fucker. You're weak. Schwach. Du bist schwach. Klein und schwach. And that has soured my opinion of him immensely. He would not be on the album, is what I'm saying. Fuck. Anyways, I feel bad for Foundering, is what I'm saying. God. Okay, so PJB, he's the guy that is doing the new space station rewrite. He apparently failed to. I'm not even going to pretend I understand this. He apparently failed to purge the Zoophile occupied government, Zog, and after being ousted again, has allegedly now taken down the SS-14 authentication server. and is threatening to delete it all, a la Mr. Stone One, aka Mrs. Toned One, aka A Bear in the Woods. There with TG. So now he is being threatened with litigation. So Jay Patterson at Verna Services LLC, which, just so you know, an LLC is not a PLLC. Vervana Services. Is this even a law firm? VervanaServices.com. Does not exist. There's no fucking way this is just like a fake website. Jay Patterson at Vervana Services. This website does not exist at all. Let me search his phone number, 256-258-9041. Yeah, this does not exist. So they got a cease and desist sent from a person who does not exist at a website that does not exist, whose phone number returns no websites, saying note to cease and desist from a company that's a LLC and not a legal entity regarding unlawful retention, conversion, and hostage of digital assets. Oh, so Vervana Services is the name of the Troons and Wizard's Den. So Wisden and staff has used a backdoor in all of our infrastructure to hack them and leak the database. Absolutely, assume all information, passwords, emails, etc. is compromised. Furthermore, Wisden staff is lying and suppressing information about this. They're claiming I have nuked off. That is false. I've had to take the servers down as the immediate first response to the security breach. Servers will be coming back as soon as I'm done dealing with this. I'm going to need a good lawyer. But then, of course, the Trooner Gooner gift fags cannot play the Space Station 14 while this is happening. So Gay Station 14 hashtag announcement says, we are issuing this update to provide clarity on recent infrastructure. So you mean to tell me that this rewrite of Space Station 13 requires the master authentication server? You can't log in and then, or you can't just connect to the server and play the game? So they've somehow made this worse. They've made this worse than Space Station 13, and you can't just connect to the server and play. You have to be authenticated with the gay retards in order to play at all. So what's even the point of self-hosting? Recently, a former contributor stepped down from project leadership and agreed to transfer the operational keys to the newly unified leadership team. This is a video game server, by the way. Attempts to formalize this transition were met with shifting demands, and the former contributor subsequently used legacy access to revoke permissions from the core team and restrict access to vital infrastructure. What this means for the players. Authentication and legacy domains, the authentication servers and legacy domains, spacestation14.com, are under the sole control of this former contributor. We cannot guarantee the security or stability of infrastructure we do not control, so any usage of the legacy platform is at your own risk. The migration. To ensure the uninterrupted future of the project, we are actively migrating the official Wizard Den servers and community to secure team-controlled infrastructure. We will advise when they are available. We know that disruptions within communities you care deeply about can be stressful and overwhelming. The security and well-being of our players always comes first. If you or somebody you know is going through a difficult time or struggling with their mental health, please know that you're not alone. Help is always available. You can reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline by dialing or texting 988 in the US, or reach out to international resources. So imagine this, right? You're a furry Trooner Gooner, and you're going to do some Space Station 14 Vor RP as you do 16 hours a day every day between waking up and going to bed. You go in and you try to log in, and you get an error. The master authentication server is down. You try to connect directly to IP, but unfortunately, self-hosted servers actually require a master authentication server, so you can't connect. you frantically open Discord and navigate away from your Discord kitten child sextortion ring, and you notice the notification alert. There's no way to connect. There's been a compromise. Your information is now floating out there, and unaccounted for team members control core infrastructure, and there's now a schism. You desperately want to masturbate, but you've already masturbated to child pornography for the last 12 hours. Now only furry vor roleplay, non-consensual, consensual eating will satisfy you on the 15th hour of your goon sesh. So you think about ending it all. You think about maybe ending it all, and you have to dial 988 and talk to a certified therapist about your emotional traumas and how you have 3 more hours before the sweet release of medically induced hibernation, and how you don't think you can make it. That's your life, okay? That's a real story of how real people live day to day, and it's quite tragic, chat. Okay, apparently Alex Rosen helped arrest a pedophile, chat. Let's check on the pedophile
demon
arresting. Okay.
Made you a little bit curious about younger ladies under 18?
Nope. Not like that. No. I'm not fucking doing this shit right here.
Okay.
This is like the Bear Jew. This guy is very Bear Jew-esque. You know what I mean? They should have cast this guy to be the Bear Jew. Okay, let's see what happens.
I'm doing this shit right here.
Okay.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, well, cops are on the way, Sawyer.
You're not taking him. He didn't do anything.
Well, he was asking kids for nudes online.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Beat the shit out
Whoa,
of him.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't be doing that shit. Don't be doing that shit. Don't fucking swing on me, dude. I'm warning you right now. Don't swing on me. I'm warning you to don't swing on me, man. You'll kill me.
I'll kill you and your little photographer. Get the cop.
Well, you can't be asking little kids for nudes, Sawyer. Yeah, you are. You. Watch out, bro. Stop.
Let's go, fat fuck. Let's go, you fat fuck.
That guy is calling Alex Rosen a fat fuck. He's like Jet Neptune if he just injected lard straight into his body. Like, just took a fucking IV drip and pumped as much fat right into his guts and tits as possible.
Let's go.
You know what? Just go home.
Hey, you better tell him to chill out.
Just go home. My son would never do that.
Look at how he's holding his mother back around the waist. That's so weird. This bitch is like doped up on like Thorazine or something. Like, my son would never molest a child, and he's like dragging her back to like their apartment. Like I actually thought that was his girlfriend. I'm like, does this guy have a girlfriend? But no, it's his mom, and he manhandles her like they're in a relationship. What the fuck?
Good, they're on the good. Call him. Well, we're waiting on the cops at this point.
What are you going to solve by doing this?
Well,
My son doesn't do that.
he's looking at child porn online, ma'am.
No, he is not. Go home.
I have the proof. Can I show you the proof?
Go home.
Can I show you the proof?
Go home.
Okay. Well, the cops are on the way. We're going to turn everything into...
Dude, how many Jeets do you think live in this neighborhood? This infrastructure looks like it's designed to accommodate at least 40 Jeets per house.
them.
Go home. You're an asshole.
Well...
I don't want you around my house. Go home.
Well, we're turning him into the cops, ma'am. I have the messages here. So you're going to get your whole family involved in this, dude? Really? Okay. Okay. Come here. Oh, here they are.
Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop.
No.
It's the sound of the police.
No.
Fucking done with you.
You stop right now.
What are you gonna do? Hit me with the taser?
You stop right now. You're the chief.
What are you gonna do? Tase me? He says to the police as he tries to evade capture by running away. He does like he's like not running away. He's like virgin walking away. Check this out. He's doing the virgin walk away from police.
What's going on, dude?
Take the cameras off of me.
Dude,
No.
Tell them to turn the cameras off.
you have the right to film.
And you have no right.
Do not step up on me.
Don't step up on me then.
They
Leave me
sent-
the fuck alone. There's no.
They sent God's strongest soldier to apprehend this pedophile, a 5'5" woman with her hair done in a ponytail. Thank God Alex Rosen is here to get hands on.
No reason for this.
Hey, did he try to hit you?
Female cop, pedophile. Female cop, pedophile.
Mom, just
I
go
don't-
away.
He threatened to kill me, yeah. I was very calm the whole time.
Please, I'm freaking out.
You're looking at child porn, Sawyer.
No, he's not.
Can we not?
Oh no.
Get back.
He's having a realistic panic attack, just like Jax in the Amazing Digital Circus. He can't believe he's about to get arrested by a female cop.
Hey, please get away from me. Please get away from me.
He's like backing up, and she's slowly approaching him, like she's like the monster from It Follows. She's just gonna walk him to death very slowly.
PTSD from you guys.
Get away from me, please.
Oh no,
fucking
he's got
coward.
PTSD. He has police-induced PTSD. He's having a realistic panic attack, just like in my cartoons.
Get away from me.
You know,
Don't call him a fucking coward. You know nothing about him.
you don't think that's cowardly?
He didn't do anything. I go through his fucking phone.
He admitted it to me, ma'am. Do you want me to show you the evidence? Hey, whoa.
Ay, Dios mío. Oh, okay. So someone in chat says he does have a child or 2 children and a girlfriend. So, this is a very dire situation. We have La Gorda over here, the mother of the 2 children, La Crichera, and she's here to defend her man. She's gone through his phone and has found no child pornography. So she's here to put hands on the cameraman.
You cannot record.
You cannot. He's not here for me.
Hey, come on. He's allowed to record. It's his First Amendment right.
He's not allowed.
Yeah, you're allowed to record us. That's fine.
Look. Oh, shit. So back in the day, okay, back when man was primordial and we hadn't invented tools yet, the way that we hunted was by stalking. And this is true. The human creature, our species, is the longest endurance runner in the entire animal kingdom. We can walk further and run further than any other animal. There might be cheetahs that can run faster, but we can exhaust any animal simply by chasing it. And we see here a recreation of the primordial hunt. We have female cops. She cannot overpower this man, but she can out-endure him. She has seen that he is weak and flabby, and she is planning to take him down through a very long and slow chase through the streets of Dayton, Ohio.
Please don't.
Move! You can't do this!
He's trying to hurt himself. Get back!
He's having a PTSD attack with all these bad
Oh, God.
Don't hurt me.
That's so pathetic. It's so pathetic.
Don't hurt me.
My realistic
Ma'am, you want me to
panic
bring him to you?
attack.
I can just bring him to you right now.
Please don't hurt me, please.
Okay.
Please don't hurt me, please. Please don't hurt me, please. Please don't hurt me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Please leave him alone.
He's looking at little kids, ma'am.
Just leave him alone.
He's a pedophile.
No, he's not. Get away from me. Get away from me.
He has kids of his own.
Right. And that's what's worrying about it, man. Man, we have the proof. We wouldn't be here without it. Okay.
Show me.
And he admitted it to me, ma'am, on camera.
Let me see the picture.
I am.
Let me see all of them.
Well, some of them were with his account after his ban, but
Of what?
he's asking little kids for nudes. Here you go.
You're calling his dad and half the lawyers. Good luck.
Here.
If you saw this, what would you do? Would you just I would probably just peek out my blinds. I would just be like, what the heck? What's going on out there? Why is this man being arrested by the police? Would you guys like walk out and like take your phone out and record him, get up in his face, like, ma'am, you're a female police officer. Do you need any assistance wrangling this tard? Would you assist female police in Dayton, Ohio?
Well, it was after his
World
account
Star? Oh, start shouting sound. Hey, yo, World Star.
but we have some of them with his account.
Okay, I'm looking.
Yep. Ma'am, and he told me he's had conversations online about touching his own kids. So,
oh my God,
we wouldn't come from Houston, Texas, if we were just. We don't know who this guy is otherwise, ma'am.
That's a picture.
Yeah, you can go through it. We'll just put it in the bag when you're done, okay?
Arrest him! Arrest him!
You're to do what?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Open up your gun.
Whoa.
Oh no, he's acquired rock.
Don't.
Put your hands on me, I'm swinging.
Dude, look at how red he
Leave
is.
me alone.
He's so red. He's getting worn down to the nubs by this cop. Her stalking hunter tactics are working. Soon he'll be crawling on the ground, panting desperately.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Do I have permission to step in?
Mom, help me. Oh no! Oh no, she's in a brisk jaunt. She's jaunting at him, menacingly.
Get the fuck away from me!
Oh loud.
You can't.
Oh loud. Is it the neighbors or is that his mama?
Leave me alone.
No, that's his family.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Who's that? What the? Oh god, it's like a white trash incident. Why is his girlfriend taller than him? Who's the Down syndrome guy?
Come on. Leave me alone. Get off.
Oh no! Oh no, she's cornered him! Oh, she's tearing him apart! There's bits of flesh everywhere. Dude, Alex is now like, oh god, the gun is out! Oh my god, this is escalating so fast. It's now a full-blown battle. Everybody was kung fu fighting, chat. Oh god, Alex is on top of holy shit. He's rolling away.
Leave him alone!
He's-
You guys, you are an asshole!
I'm not gonna tase anybody.
Good job, Alex.
No!
No.
No! No! Who are you?
There you go.
Get the lawyers! Come on. Get the lawyers! Get the lawyers!
Backup has arrived.
Get away! Get away!
Stop.
You need to stop! Mom.
Don't listen, lady. It's all fun and games until you fuck with the content recorder. You fuck this camera, I fuck your whole life.
Leave us alone! Mom, no! Come on. Help me! Help me! I'm arrested me falsely! No! Exactly! That's fake! It's fake! No!
I'm a little bit curious. Can you just like help cops arrest people? ChatGPT, can you assist a police officer in detaining and handcuffing someone? I assume you can, but I never thought about it before. ChatGPT says don't unless explicitly requested. If it's an immediate safety need. And avoid escalating language. He doesn't. I get. It's not a legal answer though. He won't give me legal advice.
I'm gonna kill myself! I'm gonna kill myself!
Oh no! Oh no! Don't say that. Don't say you're gonna kill yourself because now you're gonna get put in the pickle suit. They're gonna bring you back and be like, "Well, I heard that you've been making suicidal statements, so instead of the main holding cell, you're actually gonna be stripped naked, put in the pickle suit, and put in the retard cell. It's even more miserable for the next 48 hours because you said that."
Just shoot me in the head, please. I'm fucking done. I'm done with life.
Well, they're not going to ask. Usually they ask, are you having suicidal thoughts? If you say yes, your life becomes increasingly difficult as they put you in the anti-suicide restraints, which may actually include continuing to be restrained instead of like free to move about in your cell. So if you say yes, I'm feeling suicidal, you go into misery mode. You don't get put into like a big comfy chair with like a therapist to talk to and free McDonald's or whatever. You go to a more miserable place where you're not able to hurt yourself. So never, if you're getting arrested, never say that you're feeling suicidal, and don't say you're going to kill yourself, because then your life is even worse.
God damn.
Please, I'm being nice. Don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
Out loud.
Don't want to hurt you.
Alex, that's a little bit embarrassing, brother. If you're going to be running after people and doing the predator hunter thing, you got to get into shape, because all you did was tussle them over and then you're like dying for air.
So he was hitting him taking raps.
The Jew is gassed. Oh no.
He admitted to it, ma'am. I'm going to get the messages. Can I have it back, please? Can I have them back, please? Okay.
He did all the
Well, we
work,
have it
to be
digitally. That's
fair.
fine.
It's true, the lapel mic is not helping.
Oh, get off of me! Get
Stop
off!
resisting!
Like,
Stop resisting!
Please, McCarthy, get off me!
Damn, he knows it by name, dude.
Please help me. Help me.
George Floyd.
George Floyd.
I'm gonna kill myself in a little bit. I know.
I'm going to kill myself in a little bit. Yeah, dude, keep saying that. Look, you can see the gun.
Oh, my mental state is not good, guys. I'm not on my bed.
Because this guy is like so annoying. He's like, oh, fuck, one of these people.
Sawyer, yeah, we're gonna sit up.
Are they going to have to haul him?
I want you to sit up, okay?
Nope. Yeah.
No, they got him up.
We're allowed to film, ma'am. Oh, come on, come on.
You know what? You guys are assholes.
Oh, fuck, we need another footage film on here.
What do you say?
Oh, fuck, we need another footage film on here.
We need another foot? What do we need another
My
of?
shirt. All right, guys, this is Sawyer. Sawyer Bills was looking at child porn online. Mom's chimping out right here.
You're not tripping out. You know what?
They're chimping out. So Sawyer was trying to resist arrest and put a rock to his head. We had to throw him to the ground. And well, that's my property, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, it's public. Right here.
You're, oh, we are. Okay, so he was messaging multiple underage decoys, admitted to viewing child.
Oh, she took the papers. He offered her the papers and said, "If once you're done, please putting in the bag," because he wanted to convince her that he was watching child porn. She didn't give it back, and that's what he was complaining about. We need footage of the logs, which she was holding in her hand. That's why he's complaining about that, because she took the things that he wanted to show at this point in time.
Child pornography and having conversation about his kids online.
Over to my car and we can talk.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, yes. I'm going to be nice to the cops.
Okay. That was great. That was good content. I'm enjoying that. Thank you, Alex Rosen, for your work. Next, chat. So this is in the Carl Jobs case. Now, let me catch up on this very briefly. Thousands of years ago, Billy Mitchell allegedly cheated at Donkey Kong. Very sordid, back and forth. Did he cheat? Did he not cheat? Supposedly, there was hardcore, indisputable evidence that Billy Mitchell used a emulator for Donkey Kong called MAME, and that you can tell by the frames that he used a specific version, and so on and so forth. Chat. But long story short, nobody really gives a fuck. And at some point, a guy called Apollo Legend killed himself. And Carl Jobst said that he killed himself because of a lawsuit filed against him by Billy Mitchell. This claim was negated by basically everybody who knew Apollo Legend. And Billy Mitchell, the lawsuit had something to do with the Donkey Kong score, by the way. So Billy Mitchell then sued Carl Jobst for defamation and threatened to sue him like two other times, but it went to court. And Carl Jobst maintained over years, as this litigation was proceeding, that he was being sued by Billy Mitchell over Donkey Kong scores. And that's why the MAME stuff is important, because he would break down that this suspicious thing happened with the referee. This suspicious thing happened with this arcade cabinet not having what appears to be an official Nintendo joystick. If you look at the footage very carefully for one frame, you can see that things load in a specific order, which only happens on a specific version of the specific emulator, which would not have been allowed by the official rules at the time. And over the course of years, he would post more and more evidence, compiling and compounding against Billy Mitchell, proving that he was in fact not the king of a 1980s arcade cabinet game called Donkey Kong. However, Billy Mitchell won his lawsuit, Carl Jobst lost, and it left everyone scratching their heads wondering, how is this possible? Is Australia so crooked, so corrupt, so in the pocket of Big Kong? And as it turned out, Billy Mitchell had won a defamation claim because the actual claim was that he had driven Apollo Legend to suicide. And it had absolutely nothing to do with Donkey Kong scores, despite what Carl Jobst had been saying in public for several years at this point, causing a very hard public pivot against Carl Jobst and for Billy Mitchell. Then there was some drama in regards to finance structuring, his wife getting control of his assets, Australian debtor timelines, and bankruptcy. Basically, in Australia, if you go bankrupt, you can clear off your debt after a couple of years. It's not like in the US where you owe judgment and debt forever and ever. And Carl Jobst is basically an insufferable lunatic who has moved all of his assets into his wife's name and continues to try and taunt and provoke Billy Mitchell into responding to him. And even though he's lost this lawsuit and lost all of this public support, he's basically just trying to stay relevant through Billy Mitchell, and it's really fucking sad. So he's filed his own lawsuit. 20 candies? What the fuck is that? I see all the subs. Thank you all. Where are the candies? I don't know what that means. Do I have to ring a bell? I think that my thing might blot out the bell if I ring it. I can ring it. It says, here. I do have a bell, chat. Here, I'll ring it. Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy. I can't do it. I don't have the required enthusiasm that's instilled in you by the Lord. Freebird? No. Anyways, so he filed a defamation lawsuit against Billy Mitchell in Florida as a pro se litigant, alleging defamation because Billy Mitchell said not nice things about him being a criminal on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, which eventuated into his own daughter, Michelle Mitchell, representing him. And this motion has been filed by his daughter / lawyer in this case against Carl Jobst, asking for a motion for security for costs, which is an interesting motion that I have never seen before, but is a very smart play. It's a very aggressive play by the defense in this case. What she's doing is saying that this is a defamation lawsuit filed in Florida. Florida has anti-SLAPP laws. We may be entitled to cost if we win this litigation, and there's a good chance that we will prevail on this litigation, and we will be awarded attorney's fees, which are different than costs, but attorney's fees is what's awarded in anti-SLAPP cases usually. So she's saying we can proceed with this lawsuit. However, considering the extraordinary circumstances that Karl Jobst is a debtor to the person he's suing in a foreign jurisdiction, and it's unlikely we're ever going to see any of that money because he's a foreign attorney. And if we win, or a foreign person, and if we win here, we'll probably never be able to enforce this judgment in Australia. And because he's pro se, and because he's an albino-looking yellow fever rat person, we should be entitled to a security for cost. Basically, he has to put up $80,000 or fuck off. And if she prevails on this, that's awesome. And that's actually a really, really good precedent for other frivolous defamation cases like this. It really feels like Karl lost and then was like, well, fuck you then. I'm going to sue for some bullshit defamation claim too. If you want to know the truth about it, bish. And I don't know if he doesn't know this, but the United States doesn't really have defamation laws like this. So he might just have to eat shit. We'll see. I hope that motion succeeds because I like that motion. It's a nice motion. It's a good motion, chap. And you know what? I'm going to go out of order here. I'm just going to talk about iDubbbz while I do this. So I'm going to play this clip from iDubbbz, and then we'll talk about his litigation as well. iDubbbz went live, said he had a huge announcement, and then said this.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will.
Professional streamer iDubbbz recorded and broadcasted this at this volume. I will try to increase it for you, but you're not missing out on much.
We'll resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday. Again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back, and I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
He's being sued by H3. And actually, I should have. Oh, does this guy have it? Oh, what a hero. Thank you, Josh. Oh, no, sorry. There's so many people who have pictures of me as their avatars. I thought this was Josh, but this is a different person who has a picture of me. This one over the trans flags. I think he Cheese Lad. I think he got this one set up right. So this is the claim made by Destiny.
Everything has to tie back to me. And Hassan has had a lot of success in trying to tie people back to me. Like I said, I think this is why I call Ethan a pedophile all the time, who fucks his kids or whatever, is because Ethan gave in because he's a spineless fucking hack to this type of attack where he's like, no, I'm not like Destiny. Destiny doesn't get me talking about.
That's what Destiny likes to say. There are many, many, many clips of Destiny saying that exact same fucking thing.
So why, you know, I didn't follow all this. What's the deal with this Destiny connection?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
So I guess it's basically just like attention whoring from him? Okay. Oh, because he wants to. Is there like an issue with the player? Why pain my ass?
So why?
That's the.
Is that quote. The quote was a Destiny quote.
Right.
But the thing is, Destiny made it clear he didn't believe it. He was just doing it to be an asshole.
Wait, we understand that makes it intentional malice, right? That he said it intentionally to harm you. That's like the bar. That's the literal bar for defamation in America. Admission of actual malice.
Who is this fucking mongoloid who's talking? Who is this? Is this like the JSL? No, because I don't see the weird creepy marionette dolls in the corner, so it can't be JSTLK. Is it really JSTLK? Where's this fucking creepy ass dolls with the dead eyes and shit?
You fucking halfwit. Is this guy serious? This guy goes, well, I don't want to sue Destiny because he admitted it was not true. He admitted it was not true.
Made it clear he didn't believe it. He was just doing it to be an asshole.
Bro, this guy is so fucking thick. Oh my god. Ozempic ain't doing nothing to thin out the skull, bruh. Put a helmet on. This guy goes swimming with water wings. This guy's got some problems. I don't fucking get it. Why would you say that?
I think this is the longest JSTLK clip I've ever listened to. He is incredibly insufferable. How many people watch this guy? I saw his socials. I'm curious now. How many people watch this shit? Kick.com, JSTLK. 8,000 followers verified. I really absolutely cannot express how much I despise his avatar with the dead, soulless puppet eyes. He follows me on Twitter. I'm gonna soft block you. Remove this follower. Fuck you, JSTLK. Don't follow me with your dead penguin avatar, motherfucker. 5,000 followers. Thank God he's not that popular. Okay, so I disagree. It is not defamation to say the words Ethan Klein molests his children. It is defamation to try and convince people that Ethan Klein molests his children. The actual phrase is not banned, but that's what makes it so difficult with Destiny and what he does is like he's being an asshole. And when a lot of people came in defending iDubbbz in replies to me, I was very tempted to just like take their name off their Twitter account and be like, did you know that John Smith molests his children and is a pedophile? And then put underneath it like, I don't believe that. Or did you hear that? It's like, oh, I bet you wouldn't fucking appreciate that shit, would you? No, you'd probably be really upset about that. But I restrained myself. I exercised a rare level of restraint for once. Mostly because of my own moral compasses here, chat. Okay, let's see.
What's up, shitting on I hope CPS takes his kids. I'll say it. I do, and I hope they cry about it. And then CPS come for my kid, and then CPS can take Dan's kids. You know what? All of our children at the end of the day will just be fostered by Child Protective Services. Okay? And that'll just be, and then we can all relieve ourselves. He's just going to be a rehab.
Relieve ourselves of our children? Is that what you were going to say? But you stop short of that shit because you know it can be used against you in fucking family court, you dumb motherfucker.
Of all every other fucking video made. God, it's so crazy how this fucking retard, as he's spamming on Instagram and coughing and dying of.
You know, this Yeet guy, I need to harvest him. I need his power. I need to eat his heart to gain his strength. All these people, they orbit Yeet. Yeet is like the Kiwi Farms of these fucking internet weirdos who are live streaming 24/7 and debate broing. How do I harvest the Yeet? I need to kidnap him and force him to work for me.
Whatever diseases he has is telling me like, oh, Destiny, I used to like you so much and you need help and blah, blah, blah. It's like the exact shit that Hassan was doing to him. Good memes.
Destiny is also profoundly unlikable. I'm always very perplexed by all these people who are very unlikable, having such a large audience, a very dedicated audience too. Destiny has like 10,000 people who follow him everywhere. Am I a hypocrite to say that? Do you think if people from his audience listen to me, they're like, wow, this is the worst podcaster I've ever heard. How the fuck do 3,000 people listen to this? This guy is like just terrible. I don't think so. I think I'm lovable and everybody loves me, chat. I think I live in a narcissistic delusion where everyone just thinks I'm great, and they have to pretend. They have to cope and seethe and pretend they don't like me because I'm so handsome and smart and funny and talented.
The mere fact that a child contracts a disease, an illness, even through a potential like a negligence event, that is not justification for a CPS call. No.
Just so you know, your child contracting illnesses due to severe negligence is absolutely grounds for a fucking CPS call, and it should be. We don't want kids who are getting sick because their parents are being like insanely neglectful of them. What an unbelievably crazy statement to make. What the fuck? Why do you think CPS is ever called? What?
If you don't know, Ethan Klein's child was sick from a disease that children get when they live in houses with pets frequently. Not super frequently, but that's the cause of it. It's an oral fecal route disease, which implies that the child touched something that animal feces and contaminated animal feces had been on, and that entered their mouth somehow. And that's how the disease passes, which led to a lot of people speculating that Ethan Klein's house is a shit-encrusted, uninhabitable wasteland, and led to CPS calls and all sorts of stuff. So that's what he's talking about there. I wish that we had the actual clip of iDub saying that H3 is a pedophile. Can we go to the iDubbbz thread? Let's try. Let's try to navigate my site in real time. And then iDubbbz pedophile H3. But they're talking about it too. Okay. I'm not sure. This will be insanely hard. I'll take a detour here in a second to explain my immense frustration with the site. I know exactly what I'm looking for, but I have no idea how I'm going to find it. So I'm just kind of fucked. I'm working on something. Let me show you it. I don't know if this account that I stream with has access to it, but oh, I don't. Okay. It's a beta search, and it has the ability to search transcripts of videos, and it also has the ability to search OCR of images. It's not public yet because I'm still testing it, and it has to go through the entire backlog of the entire site. But it's amazing. You can search for media based off something that you remember it saying, and because it's an AI search, it's fuzzy. It'll search for vague concepts that are related to each other, and it's really coming along, chat, and soon it will be based. Maybe if I just search YouTube, I'll be able to find it. I remember what it is. It was him as the dragon. Yes. Well, when I'm beta testing it, it'll be for premium users only, but eventually it'll be public for everybody with an account. H3 iDubbbz dragon pedophile. Very sane thing to type into a search engine. I have to show people this. I feel like a retard. Oh. Post 247278228. Nice. Nice. I can't play any of that. Let me let me see. Okay, what can I do for this? Is exactly why I had the media shit done. And of course, it hiccuped last night, and now these are not processed. Can I play this YouTube video instead? Thank you, Apple users, for forcing me to suffer. This video is not available anymore. LQJ18. Okay, fuck me. Yeah, okay. I'll switch it over. Oh, you know what? I can just switch it over. Okay. You can't see it, but I'll switch it over.
There are so many fun places to visit on the worldwide. Oh yes, this is one of my favorite places to visit. Oh my.
He's showing, at that time, I remember, he's showing the H3 Snark subreddit, the one that sent skulls to his house.
You guys are in for a treat. There's a website here. I just stumbled upon it last night while I was doing my dragon work. It's called, well, I think it's colloquially known as the Snark Headquarters. I know nothing of that. Me, personally, I'm just a dragon who browses the web. But I do love Reddit. Yes, this is a fine website. It seems to operate pretty well. This one has a lot of drama on it. This one's quite interesting, to be honest. I read this last night, and I said, this seems like something someone might want to address.
So he posted this, he brought this up, this Snark post. It's a message by Destiny in Discord. So the Destiny Discord message says, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3H3 is likely a pedophile who molested his own children. So as he's talking, this is what he's showing on screen.
What in the world is that? What? What am I reading? Oh, disgusting. Ugh. I will say, as a woke dragon, do not like this Destiny character. But I also do not like the pedo troll character. Not one bit. Makes a dragon angry to even read such a thing.
Yes, you can't see it because the user who uploaded these clips encoded them in a format that only works on Apple devices and not on Firefox. So I am playing them on a different browser.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then for 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes after this, he has this quote actually embedded into OBS as he's talking. So I will play about a minute of this. Let's hear what he has to say.
On screen so that people aren't confused. Although I think it needs to be.
He made it much bigger.
Where is it? Properties. This is a strange thing. This is really fucked up and weird for Destiny to say. I don't know how to make it transparent. Yeah.
So on Twitter,
it's
the defense that people said is that iDubbbz only said that he did not believe this. He was like posting the message, reading the message, embedding the message on his OBS, but at the same time he was consistently saying that, okay, I'm just gonna hide the browser because you guys seem very confused by the fact that I can't fucking play this. And at the same time, he's saying, I don't approve of this message.
Is this one there? Love the insurance policy? Hell yeah, we love a good insurance policy. Hey, is it filters? It is. Okay, we can go down to the bottom.
Yeah, and he's calling him pedo troll instead.
Might be able to do it with like a different filter, like maybe even a chroma key or something. Just trying to figure things out on my end. Don't worry. It's not that complicated, but you know.
He's just trying to figure out OBS. He's trying and failing to figure out what a chroma key
I like that. Blending mode. Blending mode to normal.
He's still failing to do
okay,
this.
so I do want to say, I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up. Thank you so much, Fossey Hunter, for the Prime. Dude? Oh, I was just about to finally address Dude, it's Jude. They're like, dude, your mods are annoying. They're warning me for no reason. No, it's not for no reason. Not for no reason. There's a big reason. Source of info now? Or is it only people we don't like? We? Who's we? You? I don't know who you are. But I will say, shit like this should be addressed. Especially from the guy who's suing 3 women right now. Or now it's down to 2. And extorted, well, not extorted. What's the proper word? What's the technical word? The third's out. The third's out. Caseytron. Settled and bullied. I like that. Yeah, that's the technical word, is settled.
Okay, so that's going to be like the basis of the lawsuit. The bar for defamation in Canada is much higher than it is in the United States. And effectively, when you are sued for defamation in Canada, you have to prove that what you were saying was true or that a reasonable person could believe it. And basically, H3, I think, is just going to try to say that he knew it was false. He kept saying that he thought it was false, but he amplified and rebroadcasted the message as a form of coercion, which is not permitted speech. And It's going to cost iDubbbz like an insane amount of money to defend himself, which is undesirable for somebody who is not making any money and never will ever again. And I was thinking about this, but iDubbbz could come back to the United States, because in the United States we have something called the Speech Act, which was passed because in the United Kingdom they had this fun thing called defamation tourism, where anybody in the world could sue anybody in the world for defamation. The UK, the UK has insane defamation laws, so you can easily win. And then you take that defamation result and you extradite it to whatever jurisdiction they're actually in to try and collect. And people tried to do this in the United States. And that caused a rare bipartisan unity under the Obama government for them to pass a law basically telling the English that they can go fuck themselves. And so now any defamation claim brought to the United States from a foreign jurisdiction has to also pass the American First Amendment and would have to pass the muster of a defamation lawsuit in the United States, which basically nothing ever does. So theoretically, iDubbbz could, at this very moment, just move back to the United States and probably just ignore this defamation lawsuit. And even if H3 won, he would have no ability to collect on an American citizen who from a Canadian court. And the issue is that iDubbbz has repeatedly grandstanded that America is a fascist Nazi country and Canada is so much better. So he probably doesn't have the required humility to admit that actually First Amendment protections are a good thing, especially if you're a commentator. And so he's just going to stay in Canada and suck dick and gargle shit for the rest of his life because he's a fucking idiot. And the other conspiracy theory about this is that he's afraid, apparently, supposedly, he's living in Canada because he's afraid of getting sued by all the investors in Creator Clash. There's a thought that he's either civilly or criminally liable for charity fraud or investor fraud, and that if he moved back to the US, he would get raped by all the people he fucked over in Creator Clash. And I don't know if that's true, but that's what people are saying. So that is the full iDubbbz situation. Actually, it's not the full iDubbbz situation. Let me pull this up real quick. I figure I might as well. PPP responded to this, and PPP is relevant here because PPP and Anthony, I almost called him Anthony Worski. Isn't that bizarre? It's like mentally ill. Should I read this entire thing? Should I read the effort post? So PPP posted this about the announcement that iDubbbz had made. I guess I'll just read over it because why not? Ian Washburn once said, either all free speech is okay or none of it is okay. The implication being in a free society, we must tolerate some speech we find distasteful, disgusting, or even untrue in order to preserve our general liberties. Ian Joma has since stated that after he matured, he believes none of it is okay, and any speech that offends anyone for any reason is unacceptable and should be punished. He moved to Canada, a country that sadly agrees with his newfound views. It's hard to find any sympathy for the position that he finds himself in, especially considering he was signal boosting perhaps the worst thing you could possibly say about anyone, let alone a former best friend. That's true. I didn't even mention that. Like, iDubbbz turned on all of his friends to stay with H3, and H3 was like the only person who kept defending iDubbbz when he became like a cuckold loser married to a prostitute. And then iDubbbz turned on him to try and suck up to Hassan Piker, a man who eats with his hands because he's like a monkey and can't eat with utensils anymore because that's too white of him. And Hassan has just completely left him out to dry. So even after all that, he now is calling him like a child molester that rapes his own kids. that they molest their own children in a context where CPS has been called for BS reasons, and you justified the CPS call to millions of people. You smugly believed that he was on the right side of history, that his victory was inevitable, and any despicable tactic was justified against the enemies of progress, i.e., whoever Hassan disagrees with. There is much schadenfreude to relish in seeing someone who believes others' speech should be silenced, being silenced themselves. It is very easy for me to laugh at the situation and say you reap what you sow and play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But, chat, now, if you are perhaps a low IQ Lebanese woman, you may not read up to this point, but there is a heel turn here. He says, however, it doesn't change the fact that I believe the same things that Ian Washburn once believed. I want a society where people feel free to criticize anyone or anything, no matter how rich and powerful they may be, where people can make jokes and offend anyone without fear or financial ruin or imprisonment. Private attacks on speech are just as serious as attacks from the state. None of us want to live in a world where rich, petty, private tyrants like Ethan Klein can police speech and silence criticism with lawfare and produce a chilling effect on broader expression. I cannot, for those reasons, support this lawsuit on principle. This was then quote tweeted by who the fuck is this? I thought he responded to this. Oh, okay. I can't even bring up and these are the Greasy. Is that her thing? I don't think I can bring this up because her ass is like the first thing you see when you open her Twitter. Okay. God, she's like she tweets so fucking much. Did she delete her message to PPP? Did she delete it? Oh my god, she's such a ratchet whore. I'm trying to find a fucking message and not see your fucking ruined body, bitch. Might just have to go to her thread and try to find it. Okay, I am going into the thread. I'm trying to find it. No, I'm just fucked. I'm just fucked. And I'm fucking ruined. And I'm fucking destroyed. And I'm fucking super molested over this shit. Because nobody archived this fucking reply. She replied to this. And she said something to the effect of, okay, this is it. Okay, so it was archived. She deleted it because she was embarrassed that she's a retarded whore. She replies to this and says, this fat yogurt-faced moron doesn't understand that if Ethan wins, it means him and his buddy could be sued by many creators in the near future. To which she actually got community noted, and 200 people replied to this saying, in the post she is directly quote tweeting, PPP states, private attacks on speech are just as serious as attacks from the state. I cannot support this lawsuit. She then realizes that she's a fucking retard and deletes this, but not before being told by the comments. Skin Ripper says, you really are the stupidest bitch on the lowercase I internet. Can't wait to see you and your cuck husband become even more irrelevant. Anisa says, start ignoring us and it will happen faster. And then Shit Talker says, professional misunderstander. And Anisa says, I can't tell if it's intentional or not. I will admit, though, I didn't read his first tweet, really just skimmed it, but it was just too many words for very simple, this lawsuit is bad. I hate Ian and Anisa, and they still suck. It's not that hard. I actually told PPP that his main issue is that the thesis of his message should have been the first line, because if you expected this fucking retard to read anything beyond the first sentence before trying to understand the message, you're in for a bad time. So then Cameron says, you misunderstood his original tweet. He in his own way was denouncing the lawsuit, just like many others who you don't like but value fairness. Instead of taking that as a win or ignoring it, you mean ask yourself, I don't want Ian to be sued either on principle, although I like Ethan. And he just says, I'm sorry, I wasn't going to read all that. He was going on about Canadian oppression or something. Like, why couldn't he just say, like, the lawsuit is dumb. I hate Ian and Anisa, and I don't care about them. Should have kept it online. They were already losing. But yeah, I clearly misunderstood. PPP then says, On the basis that Anisa Jama cannot read, I now fully support Ethan Klein and Lex Juthering them. I would also remind Anisa that veiled legal threats can be returned in kind and that she made numerous defamatory statements under Canadian law regarding our show. I would also remind her that saying I heard this or someone else said is the same under Canadian law as saying it yourself. I try to be nice and stand by my ideals on speech, but nothing other than total submission is acceptable to these people. They genuinely believe that they never did anything wrong, ever, and that everyone needs to suck them off. Fuck them and fuck the people carrying water for them, including myself. I was wrong. They hate freedom and they would love nothing more to use the lawsuits to silence others. Just ask Froggy Fresh. Going forward, I will be giving them the worst punishment I can. No more attention. Thanks for reading. To which Anisa actually replies and says, and I quote, in case you're only listening, "Why do you type so much? Jesus, I was referring to the quartering, possibly seeing this as an opportunity to sue, not me. We don't want to sue you. You misunderstood my tweet." And there you go. There's Anisa Jamha. Why is this account at Anisa Jamha and not Anisa the Greasy? Is Anisa the Greasy like her ass account? It is. Oh no, she also posts her nudes on this as well. What the fuck? I'm so sick of seeing this bitch's fucking ass. Stop. Make it stop. Ugh. All right. Yeah, she has 2 accounts, but she posts her ass on both, bro. Oh, she's shadow banned on one. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay. So the Amazing Digital Circus 9 has gone out. I have seen it in theaters. I went to a theater. I should clarify that I live in a podunk fucking swamp. Very, very rural county in Florida. And the movie theater near me is like 2 screens, bumfuck nowhere. They're playing the show 8 times a day. And at peak hours, it's like half reserved. So it is a phenomenon. The clown show is a phenomenon. And I discussed this with PPP at length. We discussed our viewing experience and our thoughts on the entire series on Gumroad and Locals. Our discussion for this is going to go up at 6 p.m. today. And then we are going to watch more Troon Slop. I think that the suggestions made to us so far are Has Been Hotel, Hell of a Boss, Ungezelish, and there was some other Troon Slop show that was suggested. So if you have an opinion on what we should watch next, the only requirement is that it have something interesting. It has to be like funny bad. There has to be something we can say about it. And it cannot be pornographic. I'm not watching porn with the bros. So the Amazing Digital Circus is actually bizarrely perfect for this. That's just the situation. Nobody cares about the Gumroad shit. Actually, I alone got 300 new subscribers from people wanting to see me watch the Amazing Digital Circus. So now I am a full-time cartoon reviewer. Nothing has ever boosted my numbers on fucking Locals and Gumroad like the TADC. So we're watching fucking cartoons now. That's what we're doing. And if you're one of these people and you're a cartoon fan and you want to see more cartoon content, you gotta tell me what the fuck you want. And our requirements, we both agree. It has to be funny bad. There has to be something we can say about it. And it cannot be pornographic. So don't suggest your favorite anime with titties and shit in it. We talked about possibly watching an anime, but probably not. I'm just going to say it. I've never seen an anime that's not creepy, weird, in a sex way. So that's what's going on. If it's anime, I better see some fucking support. That fucking Gumroad better break 10,000 a month or something. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Well, anyways, so we have a thread up for Gooseworks now, written by Jotch, the actual account I was thinking of that was Cheese Lad before. going over the full history of Gooseworks. I would recommend it, actually. It's very interesting. It's also very interesting to see how his fetishes manifested in the show, because it's very obvious that some of the fans wanted more goon content. And our determination was that the episode where it's called the beach episode and everyone's in bikinis, it's not very sexual. And I thought that it feels like a sleight of hand. Like Gooseworks was making fun of all the people who wanted like more sexual content, but there is fetish shit in there. For instance, he was a big fan of Gumby, and I think Gumby was a sexual awakening for him, which is like the weirdest thing to say, because some of his fetish account content was like people mushed together, like how you would mush clay together, like Gumby. And that appears in the Amazing Digital Circus. When Kane is tormenting them, he mushes them together. And that's like directly fetish content for him. His ex-boyfriend was a vorophile, and I didn't even need to look it up. It was just blatantly obvious that he was into weird vor shit throughout the entire thing. I think every episode has some kind of reference to people being eaten or swallowed or something. So this explains all the weird, creepy shit in it. The director's thinly veiled fetish is a recurring character in every single episode. So, yeah, very good thread, very interesting. And now he's a multi-millionaire. Oh, and force femme cross-dressing. That's a returning character from episode like 6 onwards. So. Oh, there they got them mushed together. You got the dildo in the skull, the lobotomy fetish. Great read. I recommend it. It's featured at the moment if you want to get in on this. So that's Gooseworks, multi-millionaire industry embedded at this point in time, coming out with a new show that's like animated and co-written by Aaron Hansen, aka Ego Raptor, who even I know of. He was a Newgrounds animator from early internet, my era. And I remember there was some early animation he did where there's a character that goes like, oh, what? And it's like in a weird 2D expression. I actually used this picture of that character from Ego Raptor as an avatar for my Gmail account. I want to say for 20 years. I never changed it. I just set this up for my email account from Newgrounds when I was like 12, and I never changed this fucking avatar. And it was that's how I know Aaron Hansen was from this thing. So, anyways, he's now writing the new furry show by Gooseworks, which, by the way, I want to point this out. I really shouldn't spoil this because it's part of the review that we just did. Lich Productions. Oh yeah, they're in Fortnite now, by the way. That's how popular they are. So this is the trailer for the new thing they're doing called Gameoverse. But check this out. This is the funniest shit ever. It's funny and or sad, right? So Gooseworks said on Twitter he was going to make this show more goonery than other shows than the Amazing Digital Circus. And if you start this, right? And you go down here to where the scroll thing is, and you can see I have sponsor blocks, so you can see where the highlight is, the pink dot on the play bar. But you can see that almost all the people travel to this point because she changes clothes into a bunch of midriff showing costumes, including a bikini. And this was enough to get specifically entered into the sponsor block and is like the most replayed thing in the entire episode. So I don't know if this is going to be furry porn or what, but we'll wait for 3 episodes to come out. And if it's bad, like that way, we're not going to watch it. Oh, look, there's oh my God. Oh, hell yeah. Hearing that music is like legitimately traumatizing to me. I don't know why. Hearing that is just like, oh my God, I'm going to be subjected to more tranny therapy sessions or something. It's like Pavlov conditioning. Oh, sorry. Let me I have to replay it now because I had it on Brave.
Welcome to a very special circus announcement. It is with great pleasure that I can finally announce...
Is this gonna be the Fortnite thing?
What? Who told you that?
I don't know. I just feel like it makes sense. Right? Plus, it would explain why Jonesy has been here the past 2 weeks.
Oh, I was wondering who that was.
Aren't I a little short for Fortnite?
Any more questions?
Have they brought back the shockwave hammers yet?
Why do you care? You're not going.
Oh.
That's okay. You can still hang out with me.
Oh, yeah, they need a pickaxe, too.
Okay, that's funny. That's actually funny. Suffer, bitch, you got body dysmorphia? You a weird tranny? You geometric shapes and not happy with how you look? We're gonna turn you into a pickaxe if you want to know the truth about it.
What the fuck is that?
I truly astonishing artistic direction to give the clown like a long unclothed legs. Really just scratching. Really just gotta sell those skins.
I think we need to abandon the idea of getting the victory royale.
Dude, imagine you go into indie. Ew, what the fuck is that? What is wrong with fucking YouTube, bro? You can't play like as a guest without seeing weird medical shit or porn. It's just such a disgusting experience using this fucking website. Anyways, that's the situation here. All right. Next, there's a pedophile. Look, I don't know anything about this. Medicare talked about it. Medicare, by the way, Medicare came back. I don't know. I think they gave him the good shit. He says he's on end of life care. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, it's because they're giving him the good shit now. And he had a proper return to form where he talked about locales for several years, and or for several hours instead of just talking about politics. So they got him on the good shit. They got him on that fucking dank 420 marijuana shit, okay? Okay, and he talked about Nova. Nova has a thread, in case you're wondering. He's just outed himself as being like a humiliation fetishist, diaper fetishist, pedophile. I'll read some chats for you, okay? So I think he's Noveen. So he wants a fuck machine while being in a chastity cage. He's in kink servers. His therapist apparently doesn't know about his ABDL or cuckolding. And that's him. He's a sissy. Okay. Do you like bondage type stuff? No, curiosity got the better of me. Okay, this is K-12 dress based off the movie. Okay, that's him gunted and naked in a diaper. That's his pacifier chat. If you would like to follow up on the Medicare stream, you can go to Nova Online in the locale board and read it. Okay. I don't love this garbage. I managed to avoid this shit. And then Jim talked about it. And despite this being a 300-page thread, I never looked into it until after Medicare talked about it. Okay. So, suffer, bish. Blame you fucking need that if you want to know the truth about it, motherfucker. Okay, Poop Squatch Andrew Ditch uploaded a sequence of AI-generated images to his community post. That appears to be a child. Is that his child? So he made a series of AI posts implying from his real child on YouTube community posts, implying that he was going to murder his own child. Or is this like... Just some random child? So apparently he's planning on murdering a child. You know something? No one ever questioned the pictures as AI. I wonder why not. Okay. Okay, so there you go. The heavily autistic man is implying that he's going to murder a child, Chap. He's not autistic. He doesn't have kids. He's faking. Genuinely dangerous man. Lock him up. He's not autistic. Okay. I don't listen. This is the poop squatch called Andrew Ditch. He also has a thread. Do you want to know more about him? Let's play this. I don't know what this is. Let's play it.
There's one issue that's always been on our mind, and it's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
When he lived on the apartment, when he beat the heck out of his brother, when his brother was growing up, when he was 16 or 17, they put him in a Heinz Proj, and he was riding his bike on Heinz over by the apartment and Fletcher. And we got a phone call. We're sitting down to eat dinner. Come and see your son if you want, because otherwise he's going to be dead. He's laying in the middle of the street. So we raced out, got in the car, went over there, and he's laying in the middle of the street. He got hit by a vehicle, hit and run, and he's laying there, you know, his whole face is all mashed up and everything. And we had to call the police and the ambulance, get him to the hospital, whole 9 yards. And they said, well, other than the bruises, bleeding, and probably a concussion, he should be okay. And ever since, we've always questioned whether or not he had brain damage. Because
no doubt that's a traumatic injury. There's a good chance, right?
He never showed that. I mean, he had, so get this, Andy used to drive. And he used to have his own computer business in our house. And he was high rated with the Better Business Bureau. And he was an amateur weather meteorologist. And he locates storms
No
for the
shit.
Weather Bureau at the airport and all these other things. And all that stuff and all the stuff he was interested in, and he loved his neighbors. Lost interest. Can't do it. Can't function. No more.
Yeah, that's clearly traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, you go from one extreme to the other, and he wonders why my wife, and his brother are so frustrated with him.
Okay, there you go. You have somebody who loves to play with dog shit, is brain damaged, pretends to be autistic, and gets people to change his diapers by pretending to be autistic and posts confrontational messages implying he's going to murder a child. And we have to pay, my tax money has to pay for this. If you live in New York, your money extra pays for this guy to stay alive and not be ventilated, okay? All right. Cool. Okay, DSP is up to something. Let's see.
The entire fucking binder of cards right there. That's enough evidence, okay? So now I'm going to ban this idiot and every other possible person who says you need more evidence. You are an idiot. You are an insignificant human whose opinion doesn't matter. I've shown you insurmountable evidence that I had the box of cards. Why don't I show you the actual cardboard box? Because we threw it in recycling and it's soaking wet and damaged, and I'm not bringing it in here covered in, like, you know, juice and shit from my trash.
Juice?
Okay, that's disgusting. I'm not doing that. Why am I not showing you my invoice from tcgplayer.com? Because that invoice number can be used to track down private information. Because if you know the name of the seller, you idiots out there will stalk the fucking seller and call them and harass them and say, well, you sold the dark side, Phil. Fuck you. I'm not showing you shit. I already went through this a year ago with the Switch 2, and you canceled my Switch 2 pre-orders, so you're the reason you get nothing. Fuck you. Okay.
Okay. So we have to watch out for card juice. What is the actual accusation that he faked it? He was using AI to make himself look ripped in his... He is. Why did he do that? Why did he use AI to give himself like a bicep? What the fuck? He has been using the Pokemon card faggotry to get in on the sweet cash cow, only for him to get busted buying a $400 card placing it in a box and pretending he opened it and having a bitch fit on stream. I want to see the fake box. Where is the Where's the? Oh God, what's the fucking why do people eat on stream? Nobody wants to see you hawk down a fucking burrito like a snake eating a hamster. Oh God. These people are never I'll never be able to find the clip of him putting a card in a box. There's no fucking way. Unless I missed it. He threw away the box and opened everything off stream. Well, that's not how you do an unboxing. Maybe if I go by highlights, it'll be easier. Weekly money breakdown, post made by Lumix. Fuck yourself, bitch.
Oh my God, his jumping kick has insane range in this game. Are you teabagging? You're a fucking lag-abusing bitch. Fuck yourself, you bitch. Really? I'm the first one playing in a year this guy's teabagging? No, literally, I want you to lick my fucking balls. Because you are a try-hard ultimate grandmaster who played for a fucking year? And you're abusing the lag roll super, which you can't block online, and you're gonna teabag me? Fuck you, no more matches.
Is he still doing the online lag? Online lag, online lag. You would never land that that combo on LAN.
Kiss my fucking ass, you scrub ass bitch. What a dumb piece of shit. What a poor
online
sport
combos.
Fucking loser bitch. Seriously. Fuck you. The moment that they do shit like that, I'm not ever playing them again. Absolutely not. You don't deserve my fucking time. You're gonna be a bitch. Okay. So, let's see here. We have top marks with a 10.
All that dude did is press the square button like 3 times and you're like super fucking angry about it. Is this the card video? Reminder to all LGBTQIP plus chat members that you are welcome here on DSP Gaming. That's so nice of him.
So they offered cheese, urban cheese.
I clicked this thinking like, oh, is this the video where he does the unboxing? And no, it's just him describing his lunch. Local archive. Surely one of these is him doing the unboxing. Unboxing? DSP shows his best cards after opening 17 Pokemon packs.
And one is the Premium Power Pro. Okay. Both are considered full art cards. And they're both around $3 to $3.50 each. That's the best cards I got. That's it. I really haven't gotten anything else good. Out of the 17 packs I've opened, I basically got 2 meh cards. They look...
You made $6. Five minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to be honest.
Clips. I'm gonna be
Kick
real.
chat has been absolutely terrible tonight. So I'm not sending you guys anywhere. You can go do whatever you want, but I'm not going to post anybody with the way you guys have been behaving tonight. Sorry. You want to be assholes? Well, you'll get treated like assholes. So kick chat. Oh, well. Sit and spin. YouTube chat. Thanks for at least trying. I appreciate those who were here and were positive. And I'll see you all in the morning, all right? All right, everyone. Good night.
Has he just, like, completely lost it? When did he transition from being DS positive to just, like, outright berating his entire audience at all times? When did he start doing that? It's like every clip is just him doing this, the fucking, like, fuck you, chat. Fuck you for wanting to troop about it. Okay, here. Oh, is this it? Okay, I think I finally found it. Is the high res from his phone pulled in 1440p? Oh, and it's just the surface of his phone, I think? So you can inspect it. Okay, I don't care about that. I want to see him fucking with his cards. Is this not highlighted? Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get that. I guess I didn't highlight that part. That's unfortunate. I wanted to see the cards. Yeah, I'll play these. These sound funny. Dude, he's so old, man. He looks like he's 50. Doesn't he look like he's 50 fucking years old working in a toll booth in this? Like you roll up and it's like the guy from Better Call Saul. Like you roll up and he's just giving you this fucking miserable stare. Like, I'm not here to conversate. Give me your fucking parking ticket, son of a bitch. I'll get you fucking out of here. Like he doesn't give a shit.
Okay. All right, good progress today. Next time, it looks like we'll definitely beat it, right? Because like I was told, just the catacombs, then the end of the game. So when we play it again next week, we will complete Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Thank you to everyone who chilled today. For the few who supported, I appreciate you all. Next time, we'll finish exploring this area.
The proud,
and we'll fast
the
travel.
dented Marines.
And go to those catacombs, which is basically going up. And then it's the finale, right? I think so.
This is like a 20-year-old game, right? Castlevania Symphony of the Night. That's PS1, right? It's like a 20-year-old game? Why is he playing a 20-year-old Castlevania game?
Oh, all right. Thank you for watching. See you next time, everybody. All right. What a shame. It's like I do everything I can, right? I'm playing the game. I'm enjoying. I'm interacting with the chat, the chill chat. I give incentive. I'm like, hey, you know, we'll do other things too. We'll open packs. We'll do, you know. I cannot get people to support certain games no matter what I do. I try so hard. I can't do it. You know, even all my ideas.
So
John, no, we're not doing Rondo of Blood when people don't support Symphony of the Night. We're not playing another Castlevania. I mean, they'd be pretty stupid, right? What can I do? Okay.
You know what those sounds remind me of? Like a weird video game detour, but whatever the fuck. I'm having fun. It's my stream. I can look at weird, stupid shit if I want. Does anyone else remember? Oh God. Oh, it's not even the right thing that I'm thinking of. Does anyone else remember this game? Oh, of course, this guy's making it like an anime girl.
Rock and roll.
Like a Spurg playthrough. Remember Phantasy Star Online?
Also, because
This
it
is
was a PC game.
This game was like a fever dream to me. I don't. It's like a weird Japanese RPG. You could subscribe to like an to an MMORPG subscription, and they literally. This is such a bizarre thing, but it was like the only game that allowed you to connect your GameCube to the internet. You had to buy a special thing for it, and they made a special. This had a chat because you could play it online. They had a special controller for it, and this is not a joke. They made this special keyboard GameCube controller so you could type to people while playing this game, which also required another special attachment just to connect it to the internet. And then you could play Phantasy Star Online on the internet on GameCube. And that was basically it. You would walk around and then you'd shoot.
You can actually customize your magnet for these. I don't like it.
And you have like a little robot that's like over your shoulder. I played the fuck out of this game. I never got very far though. I was terrible at it. Very bizarre era. Okay, back when people actually experimented with technology. Anyways, one more DSP thing. Let's 30 seconds of suffering, and then I'll move on.
What?
What?
Fuck this guy. He doesn't deserve the win. He's a piece of human garbage. Dude, literally every hit he hits me with is not legit. It's all teleporting rushdown. You can't block. So fuck you, you piece of shit. Never play the game again. You're a terrible fucking player and a poor sport because you can't even beat someone legit. You just do the same bullshit teleporting in lag. Fuck your mother. Okay.
Dude, I think it's a thing. Don't quote me on this. This is like my vague knowledge of DSPism. But like, I'm pretty sure that like he doesn't get much support for anything except these combat games, and he hates playing them and is constantly pissed, and he does shit like this, which is the only reason why he gets any support playing these games to begin with, because everyone just watches waiting for him to freak the fuck out like this. So his life is just miserable. He keeps trying to get viewership playing other games that he might enjoy more, but nobody turns up for anything except Street Fighter, and only because he's just constantly fucking miserable, being roasted and cheese grated the entire time. So it's funny. Okay. Next. Very brief thing, but Stebbins, who's suing us in the Southern District of West Virginia, and is currently in appeals court trying to get the appeals court of, I think, the 4th District to basically declare him God of justice and give him everything he wants. But meanwhile, I think in the Northern District of California, they've actually declared him a vexatious litigant. So now he's been declared a vexatious litigant 3 times. And based on his behavior in the appellate court, he might be declared a vexatious litigant a 4th time in West Virginia. So he's really racking them up. And for some reason, we live in a society where someone can drain thousands of dollars through legal expenses like this to multiple people and huge companies and get declared a vexatious litigant 3 times, soon 4, and nobody just beats the fuck out of him. Nobody from government comes down with a government-appointed beating stick and just beats the fuck out of him until he stops, which is what would happen in a just society with a functioning justice system. Strange. Next. Okay, so I must once again remind everybody that Elijah Schaffer exists. And I would actually, again, highly recommend his thread on the Kiwi Farms, which is lovingly maintained by the user CapboyCumDump. This thread is effectively just CapboyCumDump posting by himself. And I feel bad because he takes a lot of effort to clip all this Elijah Schaffer content. But he has not managed to secure the loving audience of the quartering. And it may come a time soon where, much like how the Return of the Mac and Cheese eventually cultivated his lolcow into a smash hit celebrity lolcow like DSP, maybe one day CapboyCumDump may get his own fostered e-celeb lolcow superstar. So, the most dedicated Elijah Schaffer A-log in the entire world has 2 big updates. I've only featured one, but there's actually 2 big updates about Elijah Schaffer to talk about this stream. The first, and this is related to Anthony Carmelo. This is what I was hinting at with Anthony Carmelo earlier. So let's just watch this clip. And actually, let's read the tweet first before I watch the clip. Elijah says, Frisco, family members of Carmelo Anthony assaulted me and my crew, threw water bottles at us, threatened us with violence, and started to put hands on us simply for asking them about their shirts. See how we left their tent when asked without stabbing them. It can be done. Very funny tweet. Let's see. Oop. Let me make sure that the gain is off before these women of color speak their truth.
Free Carmelo. You guys support Carmelo?
Oh, you guys are lucky I did that shit.
Oh, yes? Yes? We're just here with press just to record and talk to you guys and see what's going on. Okay. Okay. It's a free country. You're in public. You're in public. Okay. Okay. Well, you're in public. I'm just asking. Yeah.
Bitch, go!
Whoa.
Hey, move the camera, bro. They don't want to.
It's free speech. It's free speech. Why are you throwing stuff at us? Yeah, why are you?
Whoa.
Why
does that black woman from that angle? It looks like she has like the middle manager Karen cut. I've never seen a black Karen before. Kareniqua.
Why are you throwing stuff at us? What the hell is that? All right. Well, they're throwing water bottles at us while we're recording. By the way, there's signs right here that says self-defense is not a crime. Carmelo Anthony should do no time. And there's also this sign right here says hands off. And this sign says we stand with you. I believe this is about Carmelo as well. And you'll see a picture right here of Carmelo Anthony. These are pictures probably from his Instagram. Self-defense is not a crime. So that's basically with the tensions being high here. You can see, I mean, we're not here to support anybody, but we're already having things thrown at us. Well, we don't have to do that.
Angry and upset. His family members over there.
Okay.
So you're agitated.
Oh, those are family members.
You're agitated.
Okay, cool. We'll come back. Yeah, you're good. All right. Well, we don't have to go, but basically what.
Okay, so we got our boy here. Now you might have noticed that there's something lingering off to the side. Is this another court attendee? Who is this May Ralph looking woman? Why is she in the background? What is she up to? Well, that there is Elijah Schaffer's new girlfriend, and she's there with him, and she is profoundly mentally ill and is probably also a literal whore. Now, we know that Elijah Schaffer is likely a homosexual, so him being accompanied by a woman is already profoundly strange. She's likely a beard. However, she has another task, another job to do. Not in a sexual way, because Elijah Schaffer would not want that. But she has a job. So Elijah Schaffer is in the audience. And confronting people, getting some good footage. Honestly, good footage. Getting this shit right here. Well done, Elijah Schaffer. But he then asked his tag along what she thought about things.
Fucking chimping out. Just niggerdom everywhere.
How did my captioning software get that correct?
Just niggerdom everywhere.
That is look. This is the future. This is AI. This is consumer AI you can run on your own video card. That's really good. That's profound right there. So it did. It also got the apostrophes. It did not get chimping though. Chumping out is what it said. It's not quite familiar with the art of chimping. So this video got circulated around. It was a mainstream clip, okay? And people started talking about her, which caused Elijah Schaffer to put up a give, send, go for his girlfriend, trying to raise $50,000, alleging that after this kindly remark about the ongoing events of the court after the decision was reached, it says, young lady attacked for speaking the truth. You've seen it happen 100 times, just like Shiloh Hendricks, hint, hint. A young woman says something true, something everyone knows, but isn't allowed to say out loud, and the mob descends. Within hours, her reputation is shredded. Strangers demand her complete destruction. Friends go silent because they're afraid of being next. Well, let's just see where this give, send, go is at. Oh, they deleted it. Would it possibly have something to do with this video from 2024 of her enjoying African American culture in a different way?
That dick so fucking good. That dick so fucking good. That dick so fucking good. That dick so.
Nothing like jamming out to that dick so fucking good while wearing your rosary. One more time.
Good. That dick so fucking good. That dick so fucking good. That dick so.
So this woman might remind you of somebody, someone else. And when I saw her, I thought, oh, is that her? And then I realized, no, she's like 10 years younger. So, but sure enough, she arrives in this. Before I go to that, yes, it did appear that Elijah Schaffer deliberately sought out a young prostitute. And when I say prostitute, I'm speaking in a nebulous sense of being a spiritually a whore, not necessarily physically offering sex for money, but spiritually a prostitute. It did appear that he trotted her out for the purposes of having her say the N-word in front of court so that he could make a give, send, go, optimistically assuming that his grift would not be called out immediately and that he would make $1 million like Shiloh Hendricks and split it with the prostitute, the spiritual prostitute, and they'd all live happily ever after. However, his grift was immediately called out by absolutely everyone for being the shameless grift that it fucking was, and he has had to unpublish his campaign. So not rewarded for that, probably had to take a loss on hiring the spiritual whore for a day. However, that is not where this ends. So I said she looked like somebody. I actually thought this was Empath Chan until I was corrected. But yet somehow perhaps me thinking that has conjured her into existence. And if you're lucky enough to not know what a fucking empath chan is, you'll have to go back a couple streams ago where there was a very, very painfully unfunny clip of Count Dankula hanging out with Empath Chan. Empath Chan, I think, is a literal whore. I think she has an OnlyFans. I'm not entirely sure. She has fucked Destiny. She has conspicuously appeared in one Count Dankula video, causing literal hundreds of replies of people thinking, "What the fuck are you doing, Count?" And I think she's fucked around with a bunch of other people. I can't name them off the top of my head. She's basically the right-wing bicycle, and everybody gets a turn. And it's actually kind of like how Sagittarius Shoddy is like a meme with black people in Canada. Like, oh, you're a shoddy fucker? You fuck shoddy? That's like shameful. Empath Chan is now like the right-wing Sagittarius Shoddy, where if you're a shoddy fucker, it's pretty fucking dire for you. Something's going wrong. I have been informed that she does in fact have an OnlyFans, so she is a literal prostitute. Elijah Schaefer, for reasons literally unknown to everybody on the planet, including Empath Chan, has sent a dick pic, a dick video from his phone to Empath Chan. In response to the Carmelo Anthony tweet, Empath Chan tweets, "Why were you showing me your cock on camera 57 seconds in?" I have looked at it. This does appear to be authentic. And he's just out there sending dick pics to Empath Chan, who then immediately posts that on the internet, which could be revenge pornography in the United States and in the UK where she's from. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with Elijah Schaefer. I don't know what how Empath Chan is like a siren for right-wing men. I think it's just that, listen, guys, if you're a man on the internet, please understand the reason why women on the internet look more attractive than the women around you in real life is because they're all filtered through fucking Photoshop and like Insta filters on their camera. It's all fake. It's all fucking fake. You see this? This is not how Empath Chan looks. She does not look like a lowly, okay? Empath Chan is like 35 years old and British. She does not look lowly, okay? This is the result of extremely high-tech, sophisticated chinkware and literal supercomputer brains on the cloud, lolifying herself, okay? This is what she actually looks like, okay? This is a real Empath Chan, not a lowly, okay? Empath Chan, lowly. Empath Chan, lowly, okay? No. Count Dankula learned this the hard way. He saw this and thought, oh, this Empath Chan appears to be lowly. And he said, please come over to my house, Empath Chan. And that's what showed up. Okay? So don't make this mistake. It can happen to you. You could end up sending your dick pics to Empath Chan. It's like the it's like this meme. There we go. Yeah, this shit. It's this, okay? It can happen to you. Stop. Prevent your humiliation. Go no farther. More than 300 right-wing pundits, including Count Dankula and Elijah Schaefer, have died in Empath Chan. You need training to send nudes. You need grifter training to send grifter nudes. Without grifter training, right-wing pundits can die here, and it can happen to you. Okay? It can happen. So, that's the roundup. Dobby is free. What the fuck is that a reference to? Okay, so as I mentioned, they finally gave Medicare the good shit. He's now on morphine or something, living his best life, returned to form. And in his stream, he talked about Elaine Miller, who I don't even know how to describe Elaine Miller. I think I talked about her briefly a couple times. She's a disgusting whore. She's cut my name into her thighs. She's been catfished by people pretending to be me multiple times. The entire reason why she hates the Kiwi Farms is under a misunderstanding. The Elaine Miller thread was created because girls on Lolcow Farm were bullying her, and she sent a takedown notice to me. I don't run lolcow.farm. I don't know if this is not known to everybody. I don't run it. She somehow sent this request to me as a result of that. And then because I posted the takedown notice, she has been obsessed with me for over 5 years. She has sucked Godwinson's dick. He says that it was just a blowjob. I think she claims they had sex. It's very strongly implied that she's hooked up with Vordrak, who, if you don't know, is basically a terrorist as far as I'm concerned. He looks like the Globgo Globglob. He looks like melted human flesh, like in this dysmorphic pile of pudding. And he said that there's no way that she cut Josh Moon's name in her thighs because her thighs are pristine. That's his words. Her thighs are pristine. Now, how did her thighs get revealed to him? Probably through sexual activity. That's the only conclusion I can come to. So she is another bicycle, but for the dredges of society. And she is so addicted to internet attention, especially male internet attention. She sucks up to like child molesters. She wants to be seen as cool to child molesters and swatters. And she has been trying to get my attention for 6 years, and I've been desperately trying to ignore her. Like, surely this stupid bitch will get fucking bored eventually. No, she basically has to go to jail. Elaine Miller was willing to swat people. She's willing to groom children. She has bragged. She said something, I think, to what she thought was a 15-year-old girl. I don't know if it was a 15-year-old girl or not, but she said the words, "Let's rub clitties," to what she thought was a 15-year-old Polish woman, or Polish girl, rather. So she encourages child grooming. She allegedly participates in child grooming. She encourages swatting. She allegedly participates in swatting. She allegedly dated Tamaj Shazbo, who is currently in jail for swatting. And she swatted Medicare, or encouraged somebody to swat Medicare. So it's like, okay, the ignoring the crazy bitch thing is not working. She needs to go to fucking jail because she is a danger to herself and everybody around her. I actually desperately tried to ignore her specifically because I thought after she like sliced my name into her thighs that she was going to kill herself and blame us. And at this point, she might, like, if they try to arrest her or something, she might just blow her fucking brains out and say that Kiwi Farms made me do it. And you know what? At this point, I don't give a fuck. You want to blame us? I take credit for it. If Elaine Miller kills herself, it's my fault. Me ignoring her for 6 years drove her to the edge. She just wanted a little tiddlywink of E-Daddy attention for half a fucking decade, and she finally got it. So I'm sick of it. And now that Medicare is talking about her, it's like there's no point even. She managed to get a tiddlywink of attention from an even bigger E-Daddy. So my efforts have amounted to fucking nothing. Hopefully now she gets the attention she craves from the FBI, and she goes to fucking jail, and I never have to think about her again. Okay. So the other half of Medicare's stream was dedicated to Ethan Ralph, because Ethan Ralph is a human wreckage in pig form that walks around bipedal due to dark magic from Satan, I guess. And he's been fucking around with Skarsgård, as I've been talking about, a true return to form. And after the Medicare stream, he had some choice words. Ralph says to Moshi Moan. I'm assuming that's how you say that, not Moan. I don't know. That would be weird. Is his name really Moan? I always thought it was Moan, like Moana. Is it Moan? That's kind of weird. That's a weird name. Anyways, he says this. I'm broke, yet flying around the world, paying rent, eating and drinking. LOL. You can sue people for free, actually, so that doesn't matter. And I'll subpoena the whole bunch. Pantsu knows for a fact you lied about my mama's death with malicious intent. You said publicly that she collabed with you on the hit piece. You see where I'm going here? There's merit on the one fact for it to be at least heard in court. The idea is to suck me into defending Av's false allegations for weeks. I'm going to talk about the war and Zionists controlling our country instead. I did figure my old friends Moshe Moan and the Quartering should at least be addressed once. They lied immediately in an actual defamatory fashion. I can sue whether I win or not and make your old wheelchair ass have to come to court. Think on that, bro. Other crackpots can keep yelling into the ether forever. So, that's actually not true. I'm pretty sure he could try to depose him, but that's unlikely. Ralph is threatening, and it might be this other tweet chain that explains this better. Okay, Jim replied, I'm not going to read all this. Yeah, I know, Ralph's a bad guy. Okay, I'll leave it up there while I say this. So Ralph is effectively threatening to try and bring Jim to depositions so that through civil action. The likelihood that it would ever get to depositions is ridiculous because there would be no contested facts. It would go to summary judgment if it didn't get immediately anti-slapped down, and he wouldn't have to be deposed, and most of that can be handled by a lawyer anyways. So it's an empty threat. It's also a very strange threat because Jim has been doxxed for a long time. He's been doxxed for several years, as evidenced by the fact that he's getting swatted and is posting videos proving he's getting swatted. And Ralph has been in the area of where he lives several times because he lives in like... Does he live in Minneapolis? Because he was there for St. Floyd's Day of Jubilation. So he was there in Minnesota, near Minneapolis, where Medicare lives, for a bunch of stuff related to Ricado. And at any point, he could have swung by to see Jim's house and try to get a picture of them there. But for whatever reason, Ralph is like too chicken shit. And I hate saying this because it sounds like I'm egging him on, but he's like too chicken shit to like go to Medicare's house. Like, you know where he is. You know that you're going to go there and you're going to get Jade. And Jade's going to say, fuck off, pig monster, we're calling the cops. But like, you're so desperate to try and force him into deposition, and supposedly you're willing to go so far as to sue him pro se, which could have serious financial consequences for you. But you're not going to like just go to his house when you threaten to do so, when you've been in the area, when you fly in and out of Minneapolis for Ricada stuff all the time. It's so bizarre. He's so chicken shit. It's like why he has to constantly preen and prove himself as like such a tough guy constantly. It's because he's just like such a raped bitch, just such a chicken shit little fag, and he's like so molested that the only way he can like reclaim masculinity is by posturing online. And so pathetic. He's had opportunities to go out and actually do stuff, but he went out to Portugal and somebody came over and kicked his ass. He tried to do in real live streaming very briefly and somebody beat his ass. So he doesn't do in real live streaming anymore. He doesn't even live in the United States anymore. He keeps talking tough shit about coming to Jim's house and never fucking does because he's afraid of I think he's afraid of Jade. He's going to walk over to Jade's house and she's going to give him some fucking kung pao and chop him up with her karate and then make a takeout out of him. Make some pork and rice. And he's just terrified of this. He's going to get martial arts by a middle-aged Asian woman. So I don't know. Oh yeah, he went back to Portugal and got his ass beat a second time by the best friend of the biggest fucking retard to ever live. It's just like profound. So he just sits in like his molested shed, in the rape shed in Mexico. This little fucking hovel that he pays for because he can't afford any place else. I'll tell you this. I think I said this last time. I think I showed his house and I said, you know what? I've lived in some poor fucking countries. I've never lived in a place that looks that bad. Every place I've lived in has been like nice, even by modern standards. Or nice by like third world standards. And it's just like, what a fucking existence. And he talks tough. Like, how do he has no accomplishments. He has nothing to talk tough about. What are you proud of? You fathered 2 children you don't even pay for. Your own son said he didn't want to see you. He hasn't seen Xander in a full year because Xander didn't want to see him. He doesn't know who this fucking old fat guy is who smells like alcohol. He doesn't want to see him anymore. And so he just gave up. He's like, well, fuck you, bitch. I don't want to see you either, you dumb motherfucker. Just gave up on his son. Never, ever even tried with Rosie, with Cozy Rosie, because she's a girl and therefore not a Ralpha heir. And he just never gave a fuck and never will. I remember how embarrassing it was when he was with May. He was living with May, and he had Rosie with him in his house, and all he talked about was the legal fight to try and get access to Alexander, or Zonda. And he never even mentioned the child that he was actively living with. It's so infuriating. It's so disgusting. Like, what a fucking wretch. What a wretched person to prioritize the kid you don't even have in your life because you're more excited about having a son. Like, kids at that age are indistinguishable. What's the difference between like a 1-year-old boy and a 1-year-old girl? They're basically the fucking same. There's a reason why men, like back in the day, they didn't get involved in a child's life until they were trousered, which is when they became like effectively a little boy. There's no difference in like a little kid at that age. So it's just like, it's insane. It's really disgusting. He has nothing. He's been on this earth for almost 40 years. It's hard to believe he's not 40 yet, but I think he's like 38, 39. He's been on this earth for 40 years and he has literally nothing to show for it except for a podcast. And what's really ultimately humiliating is that the best years of his podcast, he doesn't even have archives of. Nobody has a complete archive of all the old Ethan Ralph content besides Ethan Ralph's sworn enemy. Is he 40 now? He is 40. Okay. He's 41. Okay. Nobody has a full archive of Ethan Ralph's video content from when he was actually successful and people liked him, except Gator. Only Gator has this. And it's gone forever. Once he dies, Gator's probably going to like put all the archive content he has like on a DVD and sell it. And he's going to profit like a couple $100 off of Ralph being dead and not alive to DMCA him or whatever. It's Gator's ultimate revenge fantasy. After Ralph dies of alcohol poisoning, he's going to sell the archive of the Ralph retort to the highest bidder. And it'll be us. We'll give Gator $1,000 for the intellectual rights to all the recordings he has, and we'll put it on an archive thread somewhere. And then I'll own his entire repository of videos, and nobody will ever DMCA me over it because it'll be mine. That sucks. Suffer, bitch. So he tried to threaten Medicare. Medicare said, "Eat shit, piggy." Surprise. I didn't know that. I should say that real quick. Mikey No More put out a video about Styx Hexenhammer. I didn't even see that. Okay. I'll have to go watch that. You can look it up. Mikey No More. Styx Hexenhammer. Styx is like rotting in a fucking apartment right now. He's still on the run as far as I know, so he can't do anything. He's just stuck. His teeth are rotting out of his head. Suffer, bish. Okay, so Ethan Ralph not wanting to take humiliation lightly. So he's been scheming. He's been in Discords talking to my biggest enemies. He's in a cabal now of dedicated anti-null A-logs and Kiwi Farm haters that are going to finally bring down my website, my empire. And you could have it all, my empire of dirt. He's going to take it away from me. He has launched Snark Vegas. He says, there's a new forum coming. It's dedicated to the destruction of Kiwi Farms and their monetary supporters. Contracts they have, basically ruining them by any legal means necessary. 2 days until launch. And we're just going to play the game how you set it up, buddy, at XJosh. Why wouldn't I want these goals achieved, LOL? I have every reason in the world to want Josh and his site ruined. Also, we're going to start with a big focus on Warski and some other characters too. Basically, all the people you losers sweep for are on board. Metacore, etc. Now the users of the site even. People should be afraid to use or even support Kiwi Farms. And so he accidentally launched a couple days early. Snark Vegas. You ready? Here it is. Choose the form of your destructor. His avatar is a pig knoll. That's funny. I think that's the top level Janny. I don't know if he owns it or not, but there you go. They got the thread on me, of course. Look at this. Did you know that I go by City RPG? That's me. I don't know how I'm going to survive City RPG being outed. So there you go. You want to see a Blockland post? It's all over for me. Ralph has put together the end. Fuck you, Kiwi Farms, says this guy with Hebrew name. So there, that's the end time. As foretold, look, they got threads on the Quartering has joined, apparently. Jeremy Hambley has joined to make a thread on PPP. There's probably an anus in that thread. I'd be careful. Sexy Putu, who is a forum user, joined to make a thread on Ethan Ralph, which I think, if we go there, I think Ralph is even arguing there. Oh, no. Okay. Ralph says, hello, gay neighbor. And then he says, I was actually wishing for this to be up as soon as possible. By the way, they tagged him as the creator. He is not the creator. I feel like he has absolutely zero control over this website or anything on it. And he's just going to be their little whipping boy to advertise it. I was actually wishing for this to be up as soon as possible. I just have a special flair and will do some effort posts with dirt about faggots I don't like. Lonely scared for special flair, Lamau. That's it. Such as Warski. Hoping for that tomorrow. Planning for a long show to hype the new site. It looks insanely better than the Kiwi Farms eyesore. What? I mean, it's black and gold. Should I make a black? Actually, I think I have a secret black and gold style. Don't I have the anniversary one? I don't. I got rid of that one. That was a special anniversary thing. That was pure black and gold. Damn, bro. I regret, in response to Sexy Patu, asking him questions about if he regrets cheating on Nora or spending no time with his mother as she died. He says, I regret that your mother didn't kill you in the womb. And then replies to Sexy Patu again saying, why did you hide Scarlett's credit cards from her? Which she said that he did. Why do you try to isolate women from their finances? He says, that never happened, dumb bitch. Really, though, we should never taught women how to read in the first place. It's been downhill since then. I mean, if you only allowed Ethan Ralph to manage his own life, things would look so much better. Oh, brand new post by Ralph 10 minutes ago. I guess he knew that I'd be talking about this, so he decided to add some more content, keep it lively. Coleslaw Bomber says, so Ralph got cucked by Ricada. In response to, I think, Ricada fucking Scarlett at some point. Basically, he only gets drip-fed bitches by Ricada from Sloppy Seconds. So he says, no, that story I made up myself. You dumbass motherfucking Kiwi farmer. I never got cuckolded, idiot. I only made up a story about how I got cuckolded by a coal-burning black whore. If you want to know the truth about it, I could never. Anyways, says I made up myself when I was still pissed at Scarlett. It was to fuck with Ricada, though. I mean, if you watch the segment, you can tell it's kayfabe. The only time possible would have been Sunday, and she was lying next to me all day watching Willy Wonka. Ralph, if you're fucking women who are watching Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, you're either fucking a child or someone who's mentally stunted and a child. and telling me how it really was about the Jews. Then, weirdly enough, a Holocaust documentary came on. Yeah, when you're watching cable TV and it goes straight from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory to the Holocaust documentary, they was turning Jews into chocolate fountains, if you want to know the truth about it. She thought it was a barrel of laughs, too. I was sick from some kind of stomach flu. Scar took care of me all day. I felt good enough to do a show by night, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I don't care if people believe that. That's why I did the segment in the first place. I wish I hadn't, since I'm cool with Scarlett again. So that part of it was a bit unfair. Shit happens. I apologize to her. Plus, it wasn't needed in general. I had dropped an anvil on his head already. On who? On Ricada? Dude, Ralph lives in like a proper fantasy land where it's like he's like this raped, gimped pig who's just constantly getting raped by everybody that he has any kind of association with. And he thinks that it's like an even footing fight, like in Dragon Ball Z. And it's just not. It's just like he's a punching bag. And he's on a new site where he's going to get made fun of. He's going to get sneak dissed. Everyone's going to make fun of him that is involved in the administration of this. And then he's going to get pissed off at some point when he finds out that they're making fun of him because he's a raped gimp pig. And he's going to make some big expose video. Like, I'll tell you the truth about it. That dude motherfucker from Snock Vegas, I always knew he was a snitch. I always knew he was a fucking traitor, bitch. Come on. And then he says, I have no control over anything on that site other than when I post myself. I'm cool with the people who run it, and they've been good to me. It was not my idea to start this forum. I liked the idea, but it wasn't mine. I posted what I'd like to see happen to Kiwi Farms on Twitter in order to get some attention. It worked. In retrospect, I regret it a bit because people now think I own the site. Yeah, you literally said that you were going to start it. And that was the exact words, right? No, this is here. It's in these posts. Oh, no, sorry, this is already in the Snark Vegas shit. Yeah, okay, whatever. You know what I mean. So they told him, knock that shit off. We don't want to be associated with you. And now he has to apologize for him. I guess you could say I'm a sort of hot man since I knew about it early. I'm very hopeful for its success. I posted here a lot and I promoted the site on my Twitter. However, my statements are my own and don't reflect the owner's positions or intentions. I think both have been stated quite clearly here and on Fanfic Farms. We were all thinking this site should be called like guntedfarms.mx, but they didn't go with that one. They went with Snark Vegas. Well, I'd like to write more and have some fun too. Dude was correct with what he said about the Kiwi fag. I asked for two things when I joined up: a special badge and to be treated like anyone else. Why? Because I knew the site wouldn't succeed otherwise. Also, I'm an egotistical faggot who wants special flair. They also created the Avi, which I thought was pretty cool. I'm no mod, admin, or special position. They have zero financial success, interest in this venture. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. I guess he wrote 3 paragraphs and was like, oh man, that's exhausting. Okay, so there you go. Another, just so you know, here's the history of Splinters with the Kiwi Farms. When the site was first hosted by me, it was the formal successor to the Quickie forums hosted on a free site. The site was hosted on a free site and reported to the free site admins by a group of users that had recently gotten banned over some extremely cringe internet drama involving like internet relationships. They made their own Quickie forums on a different free site when they reported the other site to try and take it down, so that they would be like the de facto new version of the Quickie forums. Instead, they became hosted by me. Within the first year of this site going up, they still made a competing Quickie forums to try and beat me at hosting the Quickie forums. By 2014, there was a Splinter site hosted by a banned user and like 3 other people to try and create like an A-log anti-Quickie forums. We then rebranded as the Kiwi Farms because, they were pissed off about Jace. They didn't want to talk about Jace. They thought he was fake. He was fake, but he was very funny. So then we rebranded, and I want to say we had a couple more splinters before Kangol made his. And Kangol had attempted to make splinters of the Kiwi Farms over the entire time. Like, Kangol was around since like 2012, like before I actually started hosting the site. And when I started hosting the site, he immediately became obsessed with me. I don't know why. Like, my avatars and stuff would end up in his weird Buffalo Cube art about Chris Chan. And he was always making websites like sort of parodizing the Kiwi Farms, but like in a weird autistic way. And then eventually, what happened is that he allowed himself to be taken by people who knew how to host a website, and he would just assume all legal liabilities. So he's like the fall guy. If anything happens, he eats the shit, and the guy that runs the site doesn't have to, nobody knows who he is. And they've cycled through like a few admins this way. That splinter has had its own splitters. They in particular admined a guy called Not. Not is a actual child groomer. There's a video of him talking to a 13-year-old girl and encouraging her to molest her sister. And that has been reported to the FBI, but he's like an actual pedophile associated with Elaine Miller and 764. And to give you an idea, you guys see like the funny stuff that sits at the top of the forum. On the deep trenches of this shit, I deal with profoundly mentally handicapped, insane people who are actual dangers to themselves and others. And Not is one of these people. He was made a moderator, I think even an admin of Onion Farms. Eventually, he got banned for being an open pedophile associated with 764 and actively involved in molesting children or grooming children. Then he made his own splinters called like Skibbity Farms and UTTP Farms. And those are both 764 adjacent, like grooming, sextortion, nihilistic bullshit sites that keep going up and down because they can't find hosting because they have child porn on them. And there's been like 8 of those, I want to say. And I think Elaine's even been like an admin on them. So that's what I've been dealing with for like forever. So this other splinter, I think it's like Onion Farms adjacent. And I think it's like not adjacent. It's not one of those. It's just like Kangol's a faggot. Let's not be associated with Kangol. And they managed to rope Ralph in to advertise it for him, which is good for them, but it's going to bite Ralph in the ass. He doesn't realize, he thinks that if he advertises faggots, like Jesse from Pod Awful, that it's going to be the end of me. And it's like, I've been dealing with attention-starved, literal, insane, child molesting, swatting attention whores for over a decade. I don't remember what it's like to not have child molesting pedophile swatters desperate for my attention trying to dox me. I don't remember what that's like. This is my everyday life. I swim in an ocean where I am constantly like the little feeder fish around a shark, where I constantly just have pedophile swatters trying to figure out where I live. And that's just it. I don't talk about it because there's no reason to. And the idea that like Jesse or Snark Vegas is going to be like the end of the Kiwi Farms, like, you're fucking delusional. You're insane. You're insane to look at me and think like that's it. That's the end of it. You're fucking nuts. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just like it's like a raped behavior. Like, I remember Ralph has an account on the forum. He's the Ralph. He tried to post on the forum, and then when people started hurting his feelings, when people started being mean to him, he quit the site, and then he said it was a bad place and it shouldn't be hosted on the internet, and everyone should be doxxed and everyone should be fired and it should be taken down. And it's like, okay, you found a website where people gas you up, but they're going to hurt your feelings one day, just like how everybody hurts your fucking feelings, Ralph. And you're going to flip on them, and you're going to say they ain't no fucking good, and they're pedophile, broke dick, Snark Vegas, whatever the fuck. And it's going to repeat itself just like it does with everybody else, constantly. It's like, okay, we're doing the thing again. And that's it. That's Snark Vegas and Ethan Ralph. You always just come back to the Kiwi Farms, buddy. I'm sure everyone will be really nice to you, Ralph. It's so funny too, because there was a point where Ralph would like actively respond to Haru. Oh God, I didn't even mention Ralph put out a $1,000 double dollar, because it's funny when it's called a bounty. It's like a Triton reference. A $1,000 double dollar bounty on Haru Okamura. I want that Haru brought to justice. She got that fucking bitch got a $500 double dollar bounty. Anyone who can dox that motherfucker. So there was times where Ralph would just open the gun chat where Haru was always there and just live A-logging him. And he would just live respond to Haru in this chat. It's like, just fucking open, just talk to Haru. Log back in, buddy. Reset your password and just hash it out with Haru. Maybe you can get him to turn himself in as opposed to having to hunt him down like the dog he is. All right. Reddit segment, and then I'm done. I've talked too fucking much. Okay. So, all right. Here is the Reddit segment. Okay. I have a couple posts submitted by users that I appreciate, of course. Ex-girlfriend waited until after her birthday to break up with me to ensure she got a gift. I have no legal grounds for taking it back, have I? I was with my girlfriend for 3 years, bought her a gaming PC for her birthday that cost just shy of £2,500 sterling. She broke up with me the day after, completely blindsided me. I've since heard from a friend of her friend that she had been planning to break up with me for months, just waited because she knew I was getting her this. I've done some more digging, and I managed to get some screenshots from 2 mutuals where she admitted that she had been holding out until after her birthday so she'd get it. I've had a look, and it seems like the PC is hers under the UK law, but the thing is, I'd never have spent that money if she wasn't my girlfriend. Is the fact that she was planning to ditch the relationship and was just waiting on the present first have any bearing on whether I can take this PC back? So, that's pretty funny. Apparently, all the replies about what age they are. So maybe he was trying to sweeten up his little 16-year-old Discord kitten with some gifts, and she was taking him for a ride because why not? And he got epically owned. Okay. This is in relationship advice. My 45M daughter, 19F, has become a far-right extremist, and I don't know how to deal with it. It all started about 2 years ago. My daughter suddenly became very religious. At first, I didn't think much about it. She had struggled with mental health issues for several years, and the change seemed to make her happier and more stable. As both a liberal and an atheist, I found it difficult to relate to her new beliefs, but I tried to be accepting because they appeared to have a positive effect on her. Since she started high school, I've been relatively absent from her life because of work and other responsibilities. So as a result, I wasn't closely involved in many of the changes as she went through over the years. Over time, her views became extreme. She regularly praised Augusto Pinochet, which was especially troubling given that my ex-wife is Chilean. Divorced parents. Last week, I opened an Instagram and was shocked to find that she had posted a video glorifying Benito Mussolini. When I confronted her about it, she told me that Mussolini was a great leader and that America needed someone like him. That is some entry-level fascism, bro. Benito Mussolini was a fucking foreign intelligence asset who ruined Italy and Germany somehow. That right there. Hold up. You had me till you were saying that Benito Mussolini was a great leader. Okay. When I confronted her about it, she told me that she even said that instead of Donald Trump, she wished the country had a real fascist. That was the point where I felt I had reached my limit. What confused me the most is how she participates in anti-racism and progressive Palestinian demonstrations at her school while making these kinds of comments. She also literally said immigrants are a disease and are poisoning America, despite the fact that her own mother is one. At this point, I don't even want to talk to her, and she doesn't seem interested in talking to me either. My biggest concern, however, is my younger children. I don't want them to be influenced by these ideas, and I'm worried that her comments could eventually create serious problems for herself and cause conflict within our family. I don't think something like taking away her phone, she's 19, you can't take away her fucking phone, would accomplish anything at her age. Her mother tends to defend her and acts as though she isn't fully responsible for the things she says and does. Given that, how can I realistically limit her influence over her younger siblings? Well, you did get divorced. Next. Mexican history in middle school 7 to 9 grade. I've got a fascist student, and this is in teacher support. I'm a history teacher at a private school where kids are middle upper class at least, and out of all my classes, I have one 9th grade student who stands out. He's one of the smartest kids in the class, very respectful, and genuinely enjoyable to talk to. At the same time, however, he holds some very far right, even fascist views. For instance, when discussing the French Revolution, he'll argue that it was not a good thing and point out that many people at the time did not want it to happen. While that is historically true, he uses that fact to support the broader argument that the monarchy was preferable. In our lessons on Mexican history, he constantly criticizes the Mexican Revolution, despite the fact that many of its goals involved helping indigenous communities and farmers recover land that had been taken from them. He also makes comments such as, quote, Muslims are ruining the UK, or that slavery was a good thing and abolishing it was a mistake. As a teacher, I try very hard not to tell him that he is wrong. I want to remain unbiased and encourage critical thinking rather than simply imposing my own views. Still, I would be lying if I said it wasn't frustrating to hear these kinds of remarks. What makes it challenging is that he's the type of student who can throw out facts and historical details very quickly, but often without building a complete argument or considering the broader historical context and using personal experience of injustice. And finally, I don't know what the point of this one is, but it's just the progress flag added to Skyrim, which I think is a video that you can watch on YouTube about Skyrim if it was woke. It seems to be real now. They've done it. Yeah. That's it. That's the Reddit segment. Thank you all for watching. I will now read the super chats. As I said, if you're interested in the PPP thing, subscribe to the Gumroad, MatthewInternet.gumroad.com, MatthewInternet.locals.com, or if you want the stickers, they're almost sold out, so go buy them before I lose my payment processor again. And I think that's it. All right. Super berries. Where are we? Genjada 1900 for 5 says your weekly welfare, sir. I hope it finds you well. Please purchase 5 pounds of chicken from your nearest Save-A-Lot with this money. That is all. Thanks. I don't know what the fuck I do with 5 pounds of chicken, but thank you. The Uncredited for 1 says Josh learned he can AI generate images of his own digital circus OC stopping the clown girl. We've lost him, lads. No stream this week. I do not endorse this. Atomic Angel for 5 says he's not late or gay. He's just bit raped. Give him a break, guys. That's true. That's true. It's Donald Jackass Trump fucking with my bit rate illegally with Xi Jinping to stop these unspeakable truths. Thank you. Simulligan 2 for 5 says here's a 2019 WoW duel between Bathrobe Dwayne and Asmongold that went badly for Dwayne. Okay. Very short.
Hi, this is Bathrobe Dwayne, leader of the Yoink Guild, with a message for Asmongold.
I'm not watching a World of Warcraft. Are you fucking insane? Thank you. Asian tech support for 10 says Fawn is pretty good. It is pretty good. Thank you. DBLX for 5 says they finally did it, Josh. They bullied my sweet wings of the internets, lowercase I internets. Sure, he's been non-tent for years, but I still like checking in on him from time to time. Feels bad, man. Good time, good stream, whimper. Oh, yeah. I never talked about this because I was going to wait a full month before acknowledging it. Wings did say he was leaving the internet 5 ever. It could be true. I actually tend to believe it might be true because after the Keemstar humiliation ritual, it's just fucking over. Like if you sell out to the gnome, your life is over. You have no more value as a content creator when you have to kneel before Keemstar. So he might be gone. Thank you. Stino, for one, says, I'm an older Gen Z, but I experience CDs and VHS tapes. I still buy CDs to this day. Also, my older siblings destroyed the family computer by downloading shit from LimeWire and burning CDs. A very relatable experience. Victor Daly 7250 for 2 says, hey Josh, take my barista money, sped. Thank you. I appreciate it. I wish I had some coffee right now. Big things coming for one says, I got the stickers. I'm curious about the patches. Can I buy one now? No. I think those are all sold out or committed to other orders. There's 2 in stock, bro. Get them while they got them. There's 2 in stock. Umpty Madu for one says, it says decline when I tried to buy the sticks with my card. It was doing this yesterday too. Are you sure you haven't been banned? Same card as the super chat. It might be blocked again because it stopped at a certain point. It was going fine and then it stopped. So I might be banned again already. Such is my fucking life. Our inspector for one says, with all this talk about merchandise, it seems appropriate to ask now, would you allow me to copy any or all of your previous Kiwi merch and sell it? No. I would prefer if you didn't try to sell things and said that they were from the forum. Why would I be okay with that? Gypsy Harlow for 5 says, hope the lowercase L Linternet is treating you well, Mr. Kiwi Man. It show is. Thank you. Haramburger for one says, long-time listener, first-time caller, are the B-Jams brand honey sweetened mulberry jams still in stock? I tried ordering them from the site, but Jeets and Trainings blocked the transaction all out of B-Jams. I'm so sorry. This one guy, this one fucking asshole in Canada bought the entire crate. King of the Scots for 5 says, I never bought, if I bought a sticker, would I ever get it? I never got my Christian silver coin and was too lazy to write you about it. I mean, you should have gotten the fucking coin too, buddy. I pay a 3PL to handle my shipping, so you better fucking get it. Thank you. Awaken34 for 2 says, I remember those CD car stamps my dad used to play Phantom of the Opera and Mortal Kombat music from it. That's pretty funny. Dale Gribble 69 for 5 says, are you due on Viva Stark Vegas, and why isn't Kiwi Farms fueled by alcohol and spite? Because alcohol is bad for you, okay? It is fueled by spite, though. Thank you. Norman 0_0 for 15 subscribed for 3 months. Thank you very much. Spingle Cat for 2 says, tell your VTuber thread gooners if this is their Oshi. This appears to be Hina Magica saying, thankfully I transitioned to a girl at the Femboy convention in Stuttgart from last year. I don't know what the fuck a Kina Magica is. Hopefully there will be no boy ass if I open this. Magical Cat Girl VTuber. 14,000 followers for this shit. Happily engaged. Oh, American. I was hoping to make fun of a German. Z Sergeant Schultz for 5 says, I can't wait to watch you ruin PPP with more digital circus. Keep it up, the good work. Thank you. I appreciate it. Assmaster 33 for 1 says, I can't redeem blood in my circulatory system SAR. Well, that sounds like a serious, what is it? What's it called? Hemophilic problem? Okay, you go see a hematologist. Are you Medicare? Unkind Nate's here for 2 says, I hope Ethan Klein sodomizes Anese's husband via court order and takes Hassan as a eunuch. Well, he's working on the other one. But the machinery of Israel, sometimes it works slower, okay? Citrus Addict, for 1, says, I used to think it was common knowledge, open secret, that organ donors are routinely let to die or even killed by hospital staff, similarly to the knowledge of the casting couch. Silly me. No, it is not common knowledge. That sounds very insane when you say that. By the way, just say no. To normal people, that sounds insane. Junior Bacon Sneedburger subscribed or gifted 10 subscriptions. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Citrus Act for 1 says, Carmelo is a recurring drug empire villain in the TV show Burn Notice. Good to know. Stedo for 1 says, the Mexican jury definitely voted guilty at Lamau. They all did. It was a unanimous decision. Cheddar Sultan for $10 says, no tornado is going to keep a neighbor from his lotto. And then there is a severe weather outbreak threat on the Kiwi Farms.
Me, man. Oh my God.
Girl, your truck finna get blown. God, thank you.
You want to move?
I should have watched the news. Hey, who registered
You
this?
you wanna move? Like you come over here?
Nah, fuck all that. Listen, I'm already here, so let me get 10 on pump 12.
Sabrina, get in
Yeah,
here.
10 on pump 12. 2 of your quick picks. Hey, where y'all going? Ain't nothing but a little damn way.
Yeah, like, it's
Y'all got
fine.
shit to
You
do.
need to come in
Hey,
here.
let me get a number 24, 16, 12, and 2 of your let me get 2 of the Newport 100.
No, it's,
Hey, where y'all
I'm telling
going?
you, Zach. Whoa.
Shit. What a beautiful civilization we got. Sneedo for 2 says pottery, and then there is a Twitter link. One of Carmelo Anthony's most outspoken supporters, Jerome Parker Winston, was arrested shortly after the. Oh, this is what I was looking for. He had a gun, by the way.
In this case, that it was not a case about
She
race, but you
man,
cannot
she
deny
man, doing that
that
bouncy. Oh no!
just the facts
Here
of
comes the
case and
police.
What we've seen play out since then. and
Oh
what
shit!
we're
It's the white
watch
man.
happening now. Is
It's the white
because
man.
The defendant is black. The victim is white, and that's the bottom line. But again, this is what
I hate it when white people sneak up on me and arrest me for having an illegal weapon. Barella Furman for one says nothing. Thank you. Sino for one says, Josh, what is the context of the give me $20 on Kino chat? I don't even know the time. I say that a lot to people. I say, give me $20. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, Josh, have you covered the Kool-Aid pineapple on shirt? Why the fuck would I do that? Gotta get you some Old Bay Spice pineapple, my neighbor chirp. No, I don't. That's stupid. I don't know what the fuck is even. I don't even understand the meme, and I am deliberately trying not to understand it. Really good post about Carmelo and the black lottery. Okay. I'm not reading all this. Okay, look, there's a post on the Kiwi Farms about the black lottery. If you want to read it, it's on the screen. I'm not reading all this. Sorry, it's on page 12 of the Carmelo Anthony thread. Sneedo for one says, I wonder what Patrick thinks about the Carmelo trial. And then there is a streamable link.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
That's what Carmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Carmelo was doing. Protecting his motherfucking self.
There's a really creepy glitch where his teeth were in his tongue. It was very scary, chat. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, Elon is doing so much for the world, all in an attempt to make up for creating PayPal. He's got a lot of fucking repenting. That's like that post by Drew DeVault. Like, you got a lot of repenting to do for that PayPal shit, brother. Thank you. Dwanko for 5 says, A up, lads. Cheers for featuring another British riot. It's probably all for nothing, but it gives me glimmers of hope. I'm growing some San Marzano tomatoes for pizza. Ooh, that sounds very good. I might have to show my garden at some point, yeah. Thank you. Porglac for one says, Venice is cheated, but Florence might be more cheated. The Venetian cheats own things, though. They aren't strong enough to paddle a gondola, though. I mean, you got to take back Venice, bro. You can't let Venice be cheated. Come the fuck on. It's so disgusting that there's fucking cheats in Venice. It's like actually sacrilege. It's probably cheats. I bet you Naples is like the nastiest fucking city in the whole of Italy. And that's where my family is from. I'm a fucking Southern Italian swine, black, under Untermensch, okay? It just hits my stomach. Then there's Jeets in fucking Italy. Octavia sales rep for 20 says, spent some quality time with my mom today, being low-key racist and high-key judgmental of the local government. A morning well spent. That sounds like a lovely time. Thank you very much. Peen Wienerstein for 1 says, internet via shortwave radio must make dial-up look like Usain Bolt, except that it's 500 kilobits per second, which is a magnitude of times faster than dial-up was. Big Things Coming for 1 says, Josh, what would you say is the best source to learn about how Tor operates in depth? It's a one thing for me to use it. It's another to know what I'm actually doing. You'd have to look up like an actual document about it. You could talk to AI and ask questions to AI. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a series of relays bouncing information. You have to understand cryptography, though. That might be where you're having more issues. Big Things Coming for 1 says, I'm not British, but I still have this sinking feeling this bullshit is about to spread, and I like to prepare it. It will spread. It definitely will. Dark Western for 5 says, oh no, it's me who is late and gay. Enjoy prison, myself, child. This is the fate I have chosen. Happy Pizza Day. Don't bring up pizza. I'm almost done with the stream, okay? I'm very hungry. Thank you. Weenie's Smoothie for 5 says outro song, and then there is a YouTube link. And my answer is probably going to be no. My Little Armalite? Okay. Okay, fine. I can do that. Single Cat for 2 says iDubbbz new bull, and then there is a Twitter link. Anisa over Venti? I am not showing this. I don't know what the fuck this is, and it's weird. Stino for 1 says, remember when Bossman would always say Zorn and Zorno instead of Porn Lamau? It's true. It's true. He did. He would say that. Buzz Burridge for 2 says they turned off the comments to the "Oh shit, I'm feeling it" music video. The Brits are terrified. What? Oh shit, I'm feeling it. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Koidante for 10 says people cope about a lot of verses in the Bible, camel through the eye of a needle, turn the other cheek, etc., which actually means the exactly what the obvious interpretation suggests. I don't know what the fuck this is in relation to. I apologize. I wish I could give more of an insightful reply, but I don't know what you're saying. Thank you, though. Bussy Buffet for 25 says, you're right here. Thank you very much, Bussy Buffet. I appreciate it. And then he also followed up with a $5 of gifted subs. Thank you very much. David S877 for 25 says, I know you're not a big fan of new silver, but if my order ever arrives, would you like one of these? Is this I looked at this and I could not justify the fucking price. I was legit subscribed to this. I had my finger on the trigger and I pussed out. But yeah, for sure. If you want to send me one of these, I would actually really appreciate this. That would be extremely cool of you. I couldn't justify it because it's just so much. It's so high over spot that I just couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't okay it with myself. But yeah, that would be awesome actually. It's not. It's a mint. It's a proof mint, so it is actually silver. Whenever the Treasury puts out a new mint of coins, they sell a collectible edition that is a proof mint, and that's actually with real silver, but like back in the day. But they mark it way the fuck up, and I just can't justify it to myself. Thank you very much. Citrus Act for 1 says, why is the pick-me-hoe wearing a micro mini in a church if she's supposed to be committing to the LARP? I mean, if you ask any serious questions about Pearl Davis, you're already fucking up. She's just a dumb whore. Hawaiian Zen for 10 says, get Faith Mug Pearl, you dumb looking refrigerator. It's so true. It was the guy was very smart and very restrained, and I think he did a fantastic job dealing with her. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, as a Protestant LCMS, that is confessional, right? I know what that is. It's the Missouri Synod. It's a confessional. They have this really old document that's like the laws of the church, which is very very conservative and based. It's like explicitly denounces gay marriage and shit. But Protestants hate this, like Southern Baptists hate it because it's not sola scriptura. So you can't have a document in your church that's like, this is like derived meaning from the Bible, because then it becomes a secondary source of truth. And the Baptists say you have to read the Bible yourself and come to your own conclusion. But then it's like people read the Bible and come to their own conclusion, and it says you can have gay anal sex and love is love. And it's obviously wrong because it's gross. So that's the faith spurging. Okay. But he says, I feel for the priest. He handled that beautifully. I may not agree with all their theology, but as long as faith in Christ is centric, that seems to be the consensus. Thank you. Tis the Happy for 20 says, hey Josh, how are you doing? I'm painting Warhammer models right now. Elder Harlequins. You mind giving me 3 colors to paint my next clown? Clown? Oh, well, you have to hit it with the Pomni. Go with gray, blue, and red. And Pomni it up, bro. Come on now. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, it's a faith that one should be willing to tolerate better than worshiping a dead pedophile. It's true. That's the main thing with Christianity, is that Christianity seems very unsatisfying because it's like, yeah, life sucks and it's never going to get better. And you can pray to God all you want, and He may not answer any of your prayers. And you have to be okay with chastity and poverty. But then you look at like everything else, and it's like, okay, you can worship demons in India, you can LARP with the Europeans who don't even do it anymore, or you can worship a dead pedophile and bow to Mecca. And it's like, oh, well, all of these suck even worse. That's the one of the best things about Christianity is that Jesus was never in a sexual relationship, so you can't judge his sexuality. You know what I mean? It really solves a lot of problems that way. Dr. Umar Johnson, 5150 for 10 says, thanks for selling me a sub-Saharan lampshade. Very nice texture and very decorative. I'm so glad you got it. I noticed that the light blocking qualities of the lampshade are very good, so it creates a deep contrast in lighting in your room. Thank you. Haramburger for one says, is Pearl Davis just the female Sam Hyde? Get back in the gorilla nest, bitch. You have homeless BBC to service. I would hope not. I would hope that is blasphemy. Sneedo for 2 says, YouTube link from Boozy Official. Sorry, no trainings allowed at the topless pool party. We will be checking Adam's apples and strong facial features and long hands. I tried to be respectful. I said MS. Hey, I need a ticket. And then they asked, trans are allowed, right? After 3 days of no reply on Wednesday, he says, oh no, just making sure you chill as fuck. I like your performance. I want to support. And then he says, sorry, no trannies MS are allowed. That's pretty funny. Logistical night. Black people can be funny. That's their saving grace. If they weren't so fucking funny, I don't think we would have ever tolerated them. They just would have been deported after the Civil War. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, what you gonna do? Tase me is to cops. The what are you gonna do? Stab me is to blacks. I think it's the Mexicans. I gotta watch out for that one. Thank you. Sneedo for 1 says, in some of these public pred catches, if any black people hear that the guy's a pedophile, they immediately start yelling or beating the shit out of the pedophile. That's pretty based. Unkind Nazier for 2 says, you should make all these pedophile hunter videos into a mega video on your channel. We'll tell the editor that. Maybe he can. It is kind of just content theft at that point, but, you know, whatever. Apparently that's legal now. If, the state of California told me I can just steal your videos if you want to know the truth about it, bitch. Meow Meowing gifted 11 subs. Thank you very much. Bleep Bloop gifted 10 subs. Thank you very much. And he doubled it. He double chucked it and gifted 20 subs for $100. Extremely appreciated. Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 2 says, since I already spent too much money today, I'll justify the Super Bear by making it educational. Okay. And then he says, for another 2, only monks can become bishops in Orthodoxy, but non-monks aren't celibate, while all Catholic priests are celibate, and being a monk doesn't have anything to do with being a bishop. I didn't know that. That explains it. I've always thought it was stupid that the what was the thing? What was the thing they did? The Council of Trent. The Council of Trent never allowed priests pastoral marriage. And it's just stupid. It's like, how's your faith going to propagate when you can't even get fucking married? It's just dumb. I understand like the liturgical aspect of why they do it, but it's just fucking dumb. You got to be reasonable at some point. Ace of Sneeds. Oh wait, I skipped it. Ace of Sneeds for 10 says, deacons are different in different denominations. Specifically, Catholic deacons are lay clergy who are not priests and can marry, while Orthodox deacons are priests who can marry but are not monks. Okay, that complicates things. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, this super chat goes out to my schizo noise hunters. If you listen clearly, you can hear it clicking, almost like Josh is using a computer of some kind. I have no idea what you're talking about. Apartment Archive for 10 says, Josh, after watching copious amounts with both you and Kino Casino, in terms of Gumroad content, I think you and PPP doing another India episode and shit on Boomers episode would be stellar content. Boomers we could do. I think Indians might get him thrown in jail, but thank you. Russ Cole sent a full send. Thank you. Stina Stanley, for 1, says, it's a good thing that iDubbbz has really good friends with money to spare for him and his legal funds like Hassan. It's such a great thing. Haramburger, for 1, says, and the Anisa picks will continue until morale improves. No, they will not, Soccer Child. Just the Famous Butt for 5 says, Josh and Anisa's butt.
go, Smithers. Smithers?
It's true. It's literally that. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, if you're a cartoon reviewer, now you have to do a person stream on Mr. Enter. No, I'm not doing a person stream on Mr. Enter. Fuck off. Apartment Archive for 5 says, I went to the Digital Circus movie. It took every fiber in my body to not burst out laughing when it was revealed Kinger actually was a race mixer. I could only hear you and PPP yelling, whoa, buddy. Bro, of all the shit to nitpick in that fucking show, even when it comes to race, that is like bottom of the fucking barrel. That was the last thing on my mind. Thank you. Kill War 69 for 5 says, can you react to racist Kane? I suppose I can. God, this is like a minute long, bro. It's better be good. It's better be like immediately fucking good.
You ruined this.
Enough! Who do they think that?
Niggas. Only think about chicken. They're black. They won't get equal rights. They won't live like me. I won't let them.
Good job, children. I'm so proud of you. They're black sounds like a PPP-ism. Videograms for 5 says, DSP looks like he's goofy, out of touch retiree in his 60s. Not exaggerating. It's demoralizing to see. Dude, he looks fucking haggard. He needs to just quit and get a job. He needs to give up. Thank you. Ping Wiener Scene for 1 says, I'm going to go out to meet my newborn niece for the first time. What's your favorite piece of children's media from your childhood? I need something for her to watch when I eventually have to babysit her. From that age, I have no fucking idea. There's this, here's a weird thing. If you're like a diehard Natty fan, maybe you can remember this. One of my earliest childhood memories from, I must have been like 4 or 5. I remember I had on VHS tape, it was a show about a house, and it had a bunch of dogs. And all I can remember about this show is that it was on VHS tape, and there were so many dogs, and they had bowls of food, and they had these very colorful bones. And I just remember they were so colorful and pretty. And it was just like all these dogs. It wasn't a cartoon. It was like your live action show about dogs or dog sitting or something. Little Bear is a nice show. But there was like a song to it. And I don't even know what the fucking song was about. But they were feeding the dogs and they had a bone. And it was a live action show and there was a song to it. And I don't know. It's like the vaguest memory I have. It wasn't a cartoon. It was like a show. It was on VHS tape, and it had like a song to it. It was like there was the Big Couch show. There's like a show about a big couch with like a Jewish girl, and there was dust bunnies under the couch. I only vaguely remember that show as well. It was around the same time, but one of them was a show with dogs, and I don't remember what it was. I've never seen this fucking show before, but it had songs to it, so. I don't know. It was like a dog show. It wasn't about one dog. It was about many dogs. Bear in the Big Blue House is also a great show. Anyways, I don't know. Citrate for 1 says, just about every species of wild ape throws objects like those she-boons. It's true, they do. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, what's the over-under on Rikita trying to meet up with Empath Chan? It could be Ralph Scarlet Tier event if it happened. I mean, I don't know, bro. Like 90%. Let's just say 90%. Thank you. Girlfriend Haver for 10 says, timely information about Empath Chan. Okay. People getting exposed by this racist Floyd.
Exposed by this niggas keep getting exposed by this racist Floyd. This is Empath Chan.
Hello there.
She loves smoking meth and showing off her body. Her favorite hobby is spitting on black people. And she also has a passion for exposing every nigga who ever DM'd her. Expose me. She outed Jack Neal as a pedophile. And just the other day, she posted Elijah Schaefer's penis.
No. That's too dangerous. Okay. Too dangerous. CNN for 5 says the op guy on Zitter in Snark Vegas is obsessed with you. Yeah, bro. I had like an entire entourage of like little dingleberries that are never gonna fuck off because I somehow raped all these people. I don't know what I did. I don't know when I did it. But at some point, I personally deep dick raped this motherfucker against his will. And it's his job now to regain control of his masculinity by being angry forever. That's how he's going to take, that's how he's going to get his revenge. He's just going to let me control his entire life forever. Docs Found for 5 says, bring back the collaborative data services stealth theme, please. There is the stealth theme. 2025 stealth, collaborative data services. It still works. I don't know what you're doing. Cindo for 1 says, can you haru like Ralph one more time? Haru. There you go. Cindo for 1 says, PPP wants you and Worski to watch anime and stuff. Well, fuck the dude. Did he say that? He said that during the recording. He said that we should watch anime. Like my punishment should be I have to watch anime with Andy Worski. And it's like someone has to fucking drop like $10,000 for that to even be on the fucking table, as far as I'm concerned. The lowercase L Linternet for $20 says, always treat my boy Josh well. So true, King. Thank you. Barrett's Leggiest Privateer for $100 says, shout out to the Dominion Society of Canada fighting the good fight on Canadian nationalism. And before Josh whines about Canada. Why do people always prefix shit by saying, wait until Josh whines about the British and calls the Northern Irish wait until Josh whines about Canada. Why the fuck would I do that? You sent me $100. I'm not thinking about how much I hate Canada. I'm thinking, ooh, that's groceries. Thank you very much. Citrus Addict for 1 says, on organ harvesting, it's common knowledge here, and in the med industry, if you aren't being iced out, victims are usually chosen based on how much money they generate, either dead or alive. Good to know. Broken Back Phil for 10 says, hey Josh, here's a song about the Irish making fun of the British and calling them gay. Is that the Kinky Boots? Kinky Boots.
My front door down around at midnight, sing up something's tell.
Bro, come on. I'm telling you, I've had the Celtic Irish music CD. I've heard all these songs. You can't get Irish stuff past me. Thank you. Citrus Egg for 1 says, it varies between facilities. The organ harvesting, you mean. Ska Pride Worldwide for 2 says, get you some Kool-Aid pineapples with this Kang. No, but thank you. Debugs for 10 says, Smash and Slam are fighting back. And there's a stream of the link. And this stream's going to be 6 hours fucking. Oh, God.
Cardi, come on. Come on, Offset. Come on.
It's like an aggressive shit. Why would you send me this? It's like an aggressive mutinous fucking dog. Fuck this dog. Fuck shit bulls. Thank you. Fatty Caddy for 1 says, knives are covered under 2A and I hate laws that go after them because it's a precursor to guns. Carmelo should have been lynched. Thank you, Fatty Caddy. Did you know that he's an incel Jew? Not even numerals for 5 says, nice show. Thank you very much. Big things coming for 1 says, good stream. I did have pizza today. Have a nice weekend. Thank you. I'm glad you had pizza. Indomitable for 2 says, I want to bake a pizza, but it's too hot to cook. So fucking true. Like I said, I've been doing AI stuff for the forum. My computer needs a 1500 watt PSU. So definitely during peak load, it's spiking like over 1.2 kilowatts of energy. And like a couple of days ago, a transformer blew and the entire park went out except for me because I had a backup battery. And I could keep on that Sigma grind set uninterrupted, and everybody else had to wait for the truck to roll up and fix it. So, sup, bitch. Yeah, AC went out if you want to know the truth about it. Chocolate Rain for 1 said a full send. Thank you. Snito for 1 says, if I buy the Kiwi stickers, what are the chances my rear window gets smashed? A 10, basically. And Lintrian Red for 15 says, didn't get charged for shipping, order 13918. Here's my makeup payment. Well, you'd have to give me your order number then. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, some people from very expensive places to ship to did not get charged for shipping, which is just my fucking luck because I'm a fucking idiot. All right. As I said, I have a someone sent a song that I agreed to play. So thank you all for watching. If you're in Northern Ireland, stay safe. If you're in England, God rest your soul. And I'll see you guys next Friday. And there's a Gumroad thing coming up today. And take it easy and bye-bye.
And it's down along the Falls Road, it's where I long to be. Lying in the dark with the Provo Company. A comrade on me left, another one on me right. A clip of ammunition for me little Armalite.
Kilgore 69 for $100 says Josh Floop's Transformer. Whoa, buddy! Thank you.
I pleaded, oh, my manners were polite, but all the time I'm thinking of me little Armalite. And it's down in the bog side, it's where I long to be. Lying in the dark with the Provo Company. A comrade on me left and another one on me right. And a clip of ammunition for me little Armalite. Well, this brave RUC man came marching up our street. 600 British soldiers he had lined up at his feet. Come out, you curly fenians, come on out and fight. He cried, I'm only joking, when he heard the Armalite. And it's down in Malahi, it's where I long to be. Lying in the dark with the Provo Company. A comrade on me left and another one on me right. A clip of ammunition for me little Armalite. Well, the army came to visit me, 'twas in the early hours, with Saracens and Saladins and ferret armoured cars. They thought they had me cornered, but I gave them all a fright, with the armour-piercing bullets of me little Armalite. And it's down in the New Lodge, it's where I long to be. Lying in the dark with the Provo Company. A comrade on
I have
me
a fucking
left
Kiwi
and
note
another one
somewhere.
on me right. A clip of ammunition for me little Armalite. Well, when Pryor came to Belfast to see the battles won, the generals they had told him, we've got them on the run. But corporals and privates, while on patrol at night, say remember narrow water and the bloody Armalite. And it's down across McGlen, it's where I long to be. Lying in the dark with the Provo Company. A comrade on me left and another one on me right. And a clip of ammunition for me little Armalite.
Oh, Shaden.